Things, please work.
It
Setting
says
up for
it
custom
worked.
streaming. Did it work?
Yeah, it says it's being live streamed.
Oh, excellent. Let's see it just go live on YouTube because that's always a nice feeling. I'll just check it out here. Looks like it. Probably start with a little
Good.
hash church. Okay. Skip that. There we are. Boom, you're right. Look at that. We are live. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody to Hash Church. It's a new year. It's season 12. We did 52 episodes of season 1. We did not miss a Sunday last year, and I don't know why, but that feels pretty awesome. Pretty stoked on how that all played out. And here we are for another new year. I look forward to another 52 shows. And shout out to the press club for the sick Christmas gift, like this like LED sort of cool press club light thing. Smart of them too. They're gonna have their logo behind me for every hash church. They have signed up again for another year of sponsorship at Hash Church. So of course we're gonna start by shouting out everyone today. At Hash Church, we talk a lot about ritual, respect for the plant, and elevating the experience. And that's exactly why we're proud to be supported by Puffco. Puffco continues to set the standards for modern consumption with tools built for people who truly care about flavor, temperature, and intentional use. From the Puffco Peak Pro with the 3D XL bowl delivering consistent heat, bigger hits, and unmatched terp expression to the Proxy, redefining modular. Where's my Proxy? I felt like it was right here. I was going to grab it and hold it up. Oh, well, can't do that. Ritual-based consumption and the pivot. I do have my pivot. We'll be puffing on that today. Bringing true Puffco performance into a compact, everyday format. These aren't gadgets. They're purpose-built tools for hash and solventless. We're genuinely grateful for Puffco's continued support of Hash Church, our guests, and our community. Their belief in education, culture, and quality absolutely helps us keep these conversations alive. You can support the brands that support the culture. You can visit Puffco at www.puffco.com. Explore their lineup and experience what intentional design really feels like. Puffco, elevate the ritual. Well, I'm going to elevate the ritual about 40 times today during our little unit here.
Nice.
We also believe that how you make hash matters at Hash Church just as much as what you make. Craft, consistency, and respect for the process are everything, and that's why we're proud to be supported by the Press Club. Press Club has become a trusted name in solventless production, creating well-engineered rosin presses, accessories, and tools designed for people who take this work seriously. That's us. Whether you're pressing at home or dialing in professional workflow, from their precision-built presses to their thoughtful accessories and hardware, Press Club helps makers focus on what matters most: quality in, quality out. We're genuinely grateful for the Press Club support of Hash Church, our guests, and the wider solventless community. Their commitment to education, craftsmanship, and accessibility helps push the culture forward as well. You can support the companies that support the craft by visiting www.pressclub.co. You can check out their presses and tools and take your solventless game to the next level. You can use the code HashChurch10 for a discount as well. Press Club, built for the press. Yes. Now, also, I want to shout out. We know that great hash starts with great cultivation. Resin quality, terpene expression, and plant health all begin under the light, and that's why we're proud to be supported by Grandmaster LEDs. Grandmaster LEDs are engineered with full spectrum precision, delivering an incredibly balanced light profile designed to support plants through every stage of growth. With advanced spectrum controls and efficiency, GML lights help cultivators dial in vigorous growth, dense flowers, and resin-rich plants. That's my favorite part. From craft scale growers to serious commercial rooms, Grandmaster LEDs are built for people who care about plants' response, not just wattage. We're truly grateful for Thomas and the Grandmaster LED team support of Hash Church, our guests, and our community, and their commitment to innovation, plant science, and quality cultivation helps elevate everything downstream, including the hash. You can support these brands that support the culture. Visit Grandmaster LED grandmasterleds.com. Explore their lighting system and see what intentional spectrum design can do for your garden. Grandmaster LEDs, lights with intention. You can, of course, use HashChurch10 as a code. Get yourself a little discount. And we would be remiss to not shout out my company. We wouldn't be here without the pioneers who helped define solventless extraction, and bubble bags are a cornerstone of that history. Bubble bags helped introduce the world to ice water extraction, giving growers and hash makers a simple, effective way to separate resin using nothing but water, ice, and agitation. Decades later, our bags remain a trusted tool for people who care about purity, process, and tradition. From home runs to professional washes, bubble bags continue to support true solventless craft, allowing the plants to speak for itself. We're proud to be supported by Bubble Bags and grateful for their ongoing support of Hash Church. Well, we kind of are one and the same. Our guests in the global hash community, their commitment to quality and accessibility has empowered generations of hash makers. You can support the brands that build the culture by visiting www.bubblebag.com. Explore our extraction bags and accessories and keep the solventless tradition alive. I think our bags are seriously on for 40 or 50% off right now, but you can still use HashChurch10 and kick down that code for a little discount. Now, really excited for today's show. Craft Greenery is here. These guys have been a sponsor last year and a huge support of Hash Church, and we love what they're doing. I'm going to give a little introduction to each person that's on the panel because Mark sent me a really nice introduction. So we're going to start with Dennis here, or is it Mark? My involvement with cannabis dates back to the 90s, experiencing the plant from many angles, smoking, dealing, growing, flipping. Oh, I like that. And ultimately transitioning into the legal market. Alongside this journey, I spent more than 30 years running a family-owned retail business in the health and beauty industry, building a strong foundation in customer service and meaningful retail experience. Today, I'm proud to be an active spoke in the wheel of Canada's evolving cannabis industry. Craft Greenery Cannabis is my passion project and a platform where I get to support friends and legacy operators as they transition into the legal space with their brands and products. I genuinely enjoy introducing people to new cannabis experiences, especially the exceptional craft brands grown right here in BC. Our retail approach is focused on a carefully curated menu, hand-selected by a team with over 65 years of combined consumption experience, something we're incredibly proud of. Recently, we've been collaborating with like-minded retailers and processors to help bring exclusive genetics to market. As the industry becomes more educated and consumers seek more functional, intentional experiences, our goal is to help producers build a strong domestic presence, support negotiations with central buyers, and position their brands for current and future international opportunities. So that's Marco Koth from the Craft Greenery Cannabis. And next up is his partner, Dennis, also from Craft Greenery Cannabis. Dennis Park is a veteran cannabis entrepreneur and the co-owner of Craft Greenery Cannabis in Vancouver, BC. As a retailer, he has distinguished himself by championing the direct delivery model, focusing on logistical innovation and curating a shelf that prioritizes small batch, high quality BC products over mass marketed trends. His current work focuses on the particular realities of the legal market, helping bridge the gap between craft cultivators and the final consumer experience. His roots in the industry, however, run much deeper than the current legal framework. A dual citizen active in the space since 2009, Dennis honed his professional standards as a technical product manager in Silicon Valley while immersing himself in California's rich legacy culture. He applied this discipline to the plant by founding CanCast, an early digital platform that helped legacy producers market their medicines to dispensaries long before legalizations. He has consistently aimed to build systems that professionalize the industry while respecting its underground origins. Beyond the storefront, Dennis is a dedicated culture builder whose passion was forged in the California legacy market. It was there he developed a deep respect for community-led standards, a philosophy he later brought north as executive producer of the Rosebud Bowl, modeled after California's Golden Tarp Awards. The event prioritized genuine consumer education over industry accolades, reflecting a career-long commitment to preserving the authentic culture he has been part of since his early days in the West. So that is the two gentlemen from Craft Greenery. Next up, we have Matthew Greenwood from Up in Smoke. Matthew is an accomplished entrepreneur, father, husband, and friend with a strong background in business management, particularly within the burgeoning legal recreational cannabis industry. He holds a degree in political science from the University of Victoria, where he specialized in public policy and international relations. His academic foundations laid the groundwork for his dynamic approach to business operations and customer engagement. Matthew is one of the last 100% owned independent owner-operators left standing in Vancouver. Wow. Matthew's professional journey in the legal recreational cannabis industry is highlighted by a start in the role of co-founder and operator of Up and Smoke Cannabis Store and moving to full ownership in 2022. Under his leadership, the store has flourished, earning and keeping a reputation for exceptional product quality and outstanding customer service. His hands-on experience in navigating the regulatory landscape, managing supply chains, and fostering relationships has been pivotal in the store's success. I can tell you none of that is easy. Passionate about promoting responsible cannabis use and education, Matthew continues to innovate with the industry, ensuring Up and Smoke remains a trusted name for both recreational and medical cannabis consumers. Matthew has served as a director and the president of the LRCCBC, formerly the RCCBC, ACCRES, and CAMCD, and is a current board member of the Mount Pleasant Business Improvement Associations. Through his works and advocacies, Matthews appears regularly on the local and national news as well as news media, and has appeared as a panelist or speaker at multiple events and conferences throughout British Columbia. Matthew's excited to meet you and looks forward to hearing all about what you are working on and how he can help you reach your goals. You can find him on social media as he is the admin behind @UpandSmokeMTP on Instagram. And last but certainly not least, we're going to mention Gary. Well, how do you pronounce your last name? I don't want to butcher that. Is it
It's pronounced hair. It's one of these
hair. Okay, so I would have butchered it. I'm glad
like
hair.
4 different ways in the Indian
Perfect.
language.
I would have said Hehar. Hehar.
That's what I'll normally say if I'm on the phone. Otherwise, spelling it out is always a nightmare when I'm talking to somebody.
I bet. Well, welcome, Gary. Gary began his retail cannabis journey with the goal in mind of creating a cannabis retail environment designed by cannabis connoisseurs for cannabis connoisseurs. Can you see where this show's going today, guys? When Gary started Local Cannabis Co. 5 years ago, he moved to Vancouver Island and started with a small store in Parksville, BC, to learn directly from the ground up. Over the past 5 years, he has used the knowledge gained from that experience along with his passion to find the best cannabis available to develop a brand known for its menu and elite customer service, direct delivery, and establishing relationships with craft growers found all across British Columbia has been the foundation of success for Local Cannabis Co. In the city of Vancouver, where everyone is always looking for that unique and high-quality cultivar, Local Cannabis Co. has built a powerful reputation due to Gary taking the extra time required to see beyond what is available on the BC LDB. Gary puts just as much love into his menu offerings as the growers put into their cultivars. With 3 active stores located in Vancouver, Burnaby, and Parksville, along with a location in Surrey opening in the next few months, Gary has demonstrated time and time again that the better weed combined with a knowledgeable bud tender team that is just as excited to be there as the customer is walking into the store results in just as strong, in not just a strong store, but a strong brand. For 2026, we are looking forward to finding more and more ways to work with other retailers in the best interest of the craft cannabis market and ways to make the market more viable for our passionate growers. Well, that was a lot of me talking, but I did it. I got you guys all introduced and super stoked to have you guys on the show today and to have this sort of Canadian conversation of Canada in cannabis in Canada. So first and foremost, welcome to all of you. Let me put it on speaker or gallery view so we can see everyone at once.
Thank you, Marcus.
Wonderful.
Happy to be here.
Happy to have you guys here. Absolutely. So, maybe one of you guys wants to start in regards to how this collective journey began. I mean, I know you guys all pretty well, so I kind of have a good idea, but I'd love to hear it from the horse's mouth on kind of how, you honed in on these people with similar interests. You found your tribe, and then you guys are sort of trying to put together a collective, which, is definitely needed in an industry where it's slowly turning into just buy what they have. Just give me a pre-rolled joint. It's this endless sort of experience of educating the customer, which is, kind of what it's all about. And whether or not you can attract customers that want to be educated, because there are a lot of customers out there that don't want to be educated. I feel what all of you guys are doing sort of simultaneously is on the, let's not only just like blindly educate our customers, let's attract customers that have a desire to be educated. Would you say that's accurate?
I would agree. Maybe, Gary, do you want to actually kind of share how we came about in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of different times that, being in Vancouver, obviously, it's not like there's any shortage of stores in Vancouver. So I think for ourselves, once we were getting going, is like we realized really, really quickly is okay, these are the other stores that are very similarly to us. So just kind of always knowing about each other. And I think one of the things that makes us so passionate is that for all three of our businesses, like these are owner operated type stores. Like all of us are going to be at the retail location. We're not sitting at a head office somewhere. So it's great to be able to learn the business, connect directly with customers. But I think the one thing with that also is like you spend so much time at the store that you don't always get a chance to get out to the events, do the networking and the talking part. So I think as we got a chance to kind of step out a little bit, Dennis, Mark, and Matt were always just the people that was just really kind of drawn to at these events, especially, you take a dab and you start looking for a safe space. If I see one of these guys' faces, I'm like, all right, let's go see what they're up to at this point, right? And I remember talking to Matt at one point too at an event and just kind of chatting a little bit. I'm like, hey man, I'm like, I know all three of us have kind of made this bet that even if it's not the biggest market, it's the market we're passionate about. It's the market that makes it fun coming into work is really finding that the unique genetics, the unique strains, and we're seeing this pattern where more and more of that is just leaving the country. So, like, if we're betting our whole business on being able to have this amazing premium menu that we're all super proud of, and it makes way more sense for a lot of that cannabis to be leaving the country, like, where does this go 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road? And I remember just saying that to Matt, and that was when it's still like I can kind of remember that exact moment. I'm like, that's a great point. I mean, Matt just looked at me. He's like, I see that as an opportunity, right? He's like, there's a lot of it. Yeah, it makes it a little bit more of a viable market for those growers in the meantime. But looking at it now is we've got an opportunity to get small batches of cannabis at a level, and then while the grower still gets the ability to do some exporting and survive in this market right now too. So I think that kind of planted the whole seed of it. And then with Dennis taking that step forward and bringing in other people, setting up a platform for it, because I think what you realize really quickly is that amongst us, like, none of us are really at that level at that time where we're like, hey, we'll take 10 kilograms of this to keep it in. Like, that's a lot of cannabis for any one store to take. So
Yeah.
I think that's what kind of formed the foundation. And maybe if Dennis or Mark or Matt want to jump in.
I,
Yeah.
I will simply say that for me, it was because I always heard their names from my partners that I was buying weed from. Like they would always mention to me Gary or Dennis and Mark. And well, it's kind of different because I met Dennis and Mark when I was having a really good time at the Unicorn Cup. And I was just, as an independent, really eager to work with other independents that saw things the same way because, Vancouver has about, I think, over 90 stores now. And I think at least 70% of them are chain locations, at least. So, independent owner operators or owner operators, whatever we are, you know, we're few and far between. So building a network of us just made sense, especially around advocating for things like the business of Vancouver. No, sorry, the business license fee for the city of Vancouver. Because when we started, it was $35,000. And through working together and creating a network of Vancouver retailers, we've been able to advocate it and get it down to $5,800 a year. So, for me, working together was always a necessity because, as a one store person, you don't really have a lot to say. But, when you start getting three or four together, then people start to listen. And that really morphed into, buying together because, again, like, you only have one pallet as a buyer for your store and you have your staff, but in the end you want experienced people. And when we get together as a a foursome or a threesome, however you want to look at it, brand wise or people wise, it gives us, four different palettes. Like Gary likes different drop, the slurm drop. Gary has a different favorite than I do. So, and it's really important to have that kind of sharing model because you can make silly decisions if you just trust yourself sometimes, right?
Like the bookstore, right? The
Yeah.
good bookstore always has the employee's favorite books. It's not one employee. It's like, oh, here's Daryl's favorite pick. It's like, no, it's all of the people who work at the bookstore are going to have that. So that's really
Yeah.
That's a really cool concept. Go ahead,
One
Mark.
thing I could touch on quickly in the beginning there is how this also kind of ended up forming about is Dennis and I have been really active and made a point to really go out and visit a lot of our friends in the Kootenays and throughout Vancouver, the greater Vancouver area, and do these site visits, check out the facilities, have the conversations with these guys. Obviously being involved with the Unicorn Cup and Rosebud, and that obviously helped there as well and kept those conversations going. But we were always kind of aware of what they were doing, and we were always kind of thinking like, okay, less and less of your stuff is staying here. And Dennis and I are kind of just worrying, going, well, what's going on? We're not going to have any solid product for this domestic market. They're exporting everything. So that was also part of the conversation of, well, how are we going to be able to retain some of this product and keep it here? But that was always, we need enough stores to be able to move that quantity. So
That's a major, major point to be made, because in Canada, the export really began like, oh, what? Australia wants flour? Let's send them everything that's 2 years old and dry as fuck in our vault. And that's what Canadians did. And I would hear from the Australian people going, oh, dude, we need your shit in Australia. We need your shit in Australia. And I talked to these Australian groups, and I even did a presentation for the TGA, which is kind of the Australian FDA, a while back. And I just saw that. Yeah, there was just this disconnect. Like the Australians were getting a massive price for the cannabis, like it was insane. But they were buying it at a pretty reasonable price because they were getting sold swag. And so as that ended, and people figured out like, hey, you can get like $2, $3, $4 a gram if you find the right buyers for great cannabis. And so then the great cannabis started leaving Canada. So I could see as a collective, as what you guys are planning on doing, that would be as tough to fight as the taxes, because it's like, how are you going to convince a grower to sell you something at a fraction of the price that they can get to go to Australia, knowing that Australia is not economically viable in the long term, because Australia is going to build their own grows, their own greenhouses, their own fields. They're going to make their own hash. They're going to do everything just like we did. They're just a little bit behind us, but they'll get to a point where I suspect, and this is just my assumption, that it'll stop like in a very big way. Like it'll just be like, "Eh." And suddenly people that are like, oh, I had this great deal, I was sending all my flour to Australia or wherever, are going to have to be, looking at their local store owners and say, hey, maybe you guys want some of this?
yeah, yeah, absolutely. And then a lot of the thing that a lot of these guys don't realize when they get into export early is having a presence in the domestic market still helps vet your brand internationally. The only way these international guys are looking to see if you're successful is to see if you're doing well in your own backyard.
Yeah.
Exactly. Go ahead, Dennis.
And there's something to be said about putting all your eggs in one basket. I mean, it was a challenge back, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago for the producers, which necessitated this jump towards export. But a lot of them tended to kind of throw the bulk of their weight behind it and basically kind of take themselves out of the domestic market. And in a tumultuous kind of industry like we have, it's not as safe a bet. I prefer to have more lines in the water and increase my chances of survival. And I think that, considering the domestic as part of the export strategy is an essential piece. It is where this is the home where you build your reputation. That reputation is what carries you over to those other markets. And that reputation can also allow you to have a stronger negotiation power and make it a two-way conversation rather than a one-way, where, cannabis was quickly becoming just a commodity and the brokers were coming in just sweeping things up and putting the producers under duress. But I do want to kind of just comment on like the formation of this group and really about finding Gary and Matt. And ultimately, like, I don't think that us four don't have a monopoly on trying to be craft or bringing craft to the market. I know there's a lot of independents that also believe the same way. But I think ultimately, what kind of helped the genesis of this, in addition to Zach and Island Genetics as well being willing, was the fact that these other two gentlemen, they're very, they have a risk tolerance that's a little bit higher than some of the other operators generally kind of had. And I think that, in an environment where, margins are thin, things are uncertain, doing anything outside of just the normal operations seems like a big risk. And I think that that is possibly, pretty true. But that being said, without some sort of risk taking, there is no forward movement. There is no innovation, evolution. And yes, we could have taken a lot of hits, and in some ways we took some small hits, but learned along the way. And I think this has been the main reason why we've been able to kind of succeed so far. It's really all of us kind of feel the same way. We both love craft. We all love craft, sorry, but we also are willing to take that risk a little bit and suffer and learn. And one of our goals for the formation of the collective in the first place, and even with this, was that we figure out how we can make this work, something that works for both sides, retail and producer and consumer ultimately. Then share that information so that other groups and other collectives can be formed. Other producers can create their own collectives or retailers as such as well. I don't think that we're all good-looking guys, but I don't think we're very special in the space. We're just doing what we believe we should need to do. And I think that if we can continue to kind of take the risks and kind of show a path forward, we all kind of hope that others will also step up and take the same kind of approach. I think there's a lot of benefits that we've discovered doing things this way, launching things domestically this way, that I think that benefits the retailer as well as the producer, and kind of spreads some of that risk across both parties, both sides, which I think is the other important part. The lack of communication between both sides was quite great. Everybody's looking out for themselves almost, and that's a surefire way to get like success for the short term, but the long term, it's an imbalance. So finding like-minded producers was also key, and I think we found that with Zach.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's the risk aversion is interesting because here we are, a lot of us coming from legacy. All we did was risk. And then when I saw people get their licenses, I saw a lot of the legacy people be like, I got my license now. I can't risk it, man. You don't understand how hard it was to get it. And then the corporate people were just like breaking the law like crazy. They were like, who are these fucking legacy people? Don't they realize the law was meant to be broken?
Yeah.
And they're just like running rooms without licenses. They're fucking putting 1,000 pounds out the back door after they write it off, and it's getting sold into the gray market. And they're doing all this shit, and everyone knows they're doing it. Sometimes they're even getting caught. And when they get caught, don't do that. Don't do that. So I think what the legacy people who are involved in the legal market right now should realize is that boundaries are meant to be broken and stretched. We only got what we got by taking. It was never given to us. No one from the government was like, you know what? I woke up today thinking these guys need weed. We got to just give them weed. We had to claw and take and really aggressively request what it is we wanted and needed. And so I think we should get back to that. I don't think the licenses are needing as much protection as people think. And I know that after seeing big fucking companies, dude, just get slapped on the wrist for completely breaking the law. It's almost like the laws, they aren't the same as they were. You know what I mean? In the cannabis legalization aspect, the laws just don't carry the same weight. I mean, have you heard anyone going to jail for doing any of this shit? Like my friend did 11 years in prison for selling weed in the black market in Canada back in the day. 11 years. And now it's like the amount that you can stretch and push those boundaries is very substantial. In my opinion,
it's in their best interest. I mean, to keep these companies going, right? They're collecting taxes. They're going to keep fining them. You shut them down, take their license away, and then there goes that cash flow, right? So just slapping them and fining them.
But I do want to say to our micro farmer friends who are watching this is the last thing that you want to do is get into the Health Canada audit machine.
Sure.
Yeah.
let's just advise our friends to be
Yeah.
very smart if they're gonna step out of line, because once you're in the machine, like I've been in the machine with the provincial government, and you're in it for a year and they're checking your shit and it's a pain in the fucking ass, and you don't want that because frankly, they half the time they don't even know the laws themselves and they're making it up as they go. So, be cautious, Fred.
Be cautious, but just realize those are the very handcuffs they put on you to maintain the boundaries they want you to be in. And the boundaries they want us to be in are not the boundaries we want to work within. And I can prove it because are you stoked on the tax? That's a pretty fucked up boundary. We definitely have to fix that. I mean, I'm from the extraction world, so the taxes are brutal for me, whatever it is, right? It's this 10%. I don't know why they didn't just change the wording from like it's either $1 or 10%, whichever is less. That's all they needed to do is change one word, whichever is less, not whichever is more. Holy shit.
Yeah.
They did such damage with that single statement in the Canadian industry. Like for me, I was involved in Canada for a while. We started a company, we were doing extractions, we were, operating and realizing how difficult it is to operate. And it was to the point where I shut down my brand in Canada and went to the US and started operating there in a state and then a couple and then three or four and then five or six and then seven or eight, and now I'm into 8 states right now. I've got conversations going on in 5 or 6 different countries, including Latin America and Europe and New Zealand and Australia. So there's all these opportunities that are coming online. And finally, I was smart enough to come back to Canada because it's very true what Dennis and Mark said in regards to, well, how's your brand doing locally? Like Canada is a brutal market to have a brand in, but it doesn't mean you can't succeed. It doesn't mean you can't jump through the hoops and make it work. You just have to be really, really intelligent when it comes to the execution and how you build the foundation of that business. And so I've been lucky enough to sign up with a group out east in Quebec. And so we're going to be working on, Q2, Q3 of releasing the Bubble Man brand back into Canada. So we'll see. We'll see how
Yeah.
that goes. I'll get my finger more on the pulse. I'll be able to become more involved with your collective and your group and kind of understand. Now on a flip, the group I'm dealing with is probably one of the largest MSOs in Canada and probably one of the most successful. So I didn't go the route of craft for my brand. It would have been very different to go about that. I went into this facility. These guys have 12,000 lights burning at one of their facilities. I'd never seen cannabis grown at that quality in that size. I was like, how the fuck are you doing this? I went and met their sensory team, which is basically just a ton of these French heads that are just like hardcore dabbers. Like these guys are hardcore. And they're working at this huge company and they're making rosin that they still want to puff and they're making hash that they still want to puff. And so it kind of worked differently for me. But I, of course, have the utmost respect for craft. And even when I do a deal, say in the US in particular, I'm always about doing collaborations with smaller groups, with craft groups that are growing, really beautiful cannabis, that are paying attention to it. Now, keep in mind, I went to the school of Skunkman Sam, aka David Watson, when I started making bubble bags, and it was all 5 gallons, and everyone loved it, and it was taken off like fucking wildfire. There was a point where I was like, I need to make bigger bags, and I came out with the 32-gallon bags, and people were like, oh, yeah, we don't do that. We find that you lose the quality, the purity's affected. We like to keep it real small. And so everyone was like, okay, like you're just gonna keep working in a 5 gallon bag. Like, all right. They didn't really understand that scale when done properly. And Sam was the one that taught me this because he told me straight up, I could grow weed that you could not, and I know this because I smoked it, in greenhouses or fields. This guy could, he had the attention. He felt like he could grow weed as well as weed could be grown in a field. And that was mind-blowing to me to hear because I was kind of like, well, why wouldn't everyone just do that? He says, well, because the majority of people that would grow a field of weed won't grow it well. It won't express the way it's supposed to express. But this fucking guy could plant acres and grow quads and grow resin that was 6 star and melted into a liquid. So he always had this dichotomy of almost like the reality of Sam just kind of always didn't fit into the reality of the community dash industry. But going to that school of Sam and realizing like, look, scale is not a big deal. You just have to change how you look at it. And when I talk scale from a 5 gallon to a 30 gallon, I don't think that's a massive shift in scale. I think it's a pretty reasonable, okay, we were using this size. This is a 4X. We're going to go up to this size now. But people really were, some people like Subcool, he wouldn't even leave the 1 gallon. He was like, no, I like the 1 gallon. I just hand spin it with my spoon. And I'm like, dude, but like, that's a waste of fucking time. Like, you can make as good a hash in a 32 gallon, which is not, some monstrous 5,000 liter commercial outfit. I'm sure there's a point where scale will affect you in a way that's not ideal, particularly if you lack the awareness of how to execute scalability. If you don't know how to do it and you don't understand that all of those variables that take place, like in washing, your variables are going to be your time, your temperature, and your amounts. Those things need to shift and change as you go large. And shout out to the Bizarre brothers from the Bubble Hash ambassador world, because these are the guys that came out with the star rating, of course, back in the day in California. They were the first ones to go from 20 to 30 gallon bags to creating their own 100 gallon conical mixers with linear actuators. And these guys were super heady guys. They were not like commercial chads that were like, we just need to pump out more of this hash. And I don't really care if the quality is. Keep in mind, when we're making hash as well, it's a little bit different, because making hash isn't necessarily about quality, it's about purity. So all we're doing is purifying the hash, and I can purify hash on a very, very large scale, and it's not going to affect the quality because the quality was actually put there by the grower and the genetics. I had nothing to do with it. All I have to do is unveil it, and it's either there or it isn't.
Separation.
Yeah. Yeah, just the purity. A lot of people are like, oh, what's the quality? It's like, well, when the quality is exceptional and the purity lines up, that's when you get the holy grail, right? That's because I've made hash that's full heads, 6 star. Well, you'd expect it to be 6 star, but it's not. The heads didn't express themselves. They have a thicker wax membrane. And so the quality is just not there. And the bags have always been, to me, a grower's best friend, because they're going to cut through your own cognitive dissonance. And yes, you have cognitive dissonance because you grow weed and your weed is the best in the world. That they're just going to cut through that shit. And it's not about like, convincing. When I used to sell herb, I'd have these guys come in and they'd be like, look at that, look at how crystally it is, blah, 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 blah. Look at how this is some of the best weed. They'd just be selling me on it. And my buyer at one point pulled me aside and he said, listen, I want you to sit in the room with the weed without the person telling you anything about it, because sales are sales. And you can let them know that if they do want to sell you something that you don't want or that we don't want, we're going to be having a conversation with them next week. We're going to come to town and we're going to discuss it with them. So I got to the point where when I started buying flour commercially, I would not allow a person to sell me in my ear while I was doing it. I just didn't. And it was so subtle. Look at it. Look at how crystally it is. Oh, do you smell that nose? Smell that nose, dude. It's like, bro, I don't need you selling me the weed while I'm looking at it. I'm buying 600 pounds and I don't need you leaning me either way. I mean, there's people that can sell, fucking anything to anyone. And so that's that kind of becomes a big part of when you're buying in particular. I don't know how it is anymore for you guys. I guess it's all on a computer and it's all
Oh no.
No.
It's exactly like you just described it, Marcus.
good.
There's so many reps, it's insane.
Yeah, they're trying to sell. So I don't want to be sold. That's my problem. I want to see the product. I want to be gifted the product. But then I want you to leave me the fuck alone, because the thing is you might sell me something I don't want.
I
Do you
think
guys suffer from that? How do you fight that?
sorry, I was gonna say, like, I think a big part of it is just coming back to what you were describing. There is so much of this whole thing is a bet on a grower more than on a specific cultivar, a specific strain. It's just going to the facility, talking to them, shooting the shit, like seeing if they have that passion that we're confident telling you we can take whatever you can produce for the next year because we know your bar for what you're going to put out is going to be higher than our bar. And that was a big appeal, I know, for me personally, as well as with Zach guys at Island Genetics, and just seeing the facility, seeing how much love went into the soil that they're growing in and all the extra stuff. And I remember him even making a comment. He's like, I know there's probably people out there just laughing because I'm doing all this extra work for the LSO. I'm like, we notice it in the actual cannabis. So seeing somebody that's that dedicated to it, it was more of a bet on,
Yeah.
okay, we want whatever you do for the next year because you see that passion in them that they're going to take that time and they have that extra love to do it the right way.
Mhm.
Zach's got his custom made tools, man. He's so into it. He can't find something that works for him in the system. He's like, oh, we custom made this. We're starting to make this. And it was awesome. I want to just go back to one funny thing that popped into my head, though, when you're talking about the bags and the quality. And this comment from a couple of years ago, Dennis, you probably remember it came up at an event. Some guy talking about us about poo in, fire out.
Oh, geez. Well,
So it's
I
just
think we
back
should
to
talk
the,
about
like you say, like you got to start with quality biomass, so these guys are trying to push through garbage and then, yeah, come up with a nice jar. And it's just like, come on, man.
Well,
And
didn't Ed
it's
come out
also
with a
really,
book called Trash to Stash? I think Ed Rosenthal came out with a book years ago called Trash to Stash. And I was just like, dude, nobody wants trash in their stash.
no.
yeah.
I do want to say something because you're talking about the difference of scale and the approach that you took versus like going through like smaller groups or whatever. But I think what I wanted to comment on that is the view of like having to shift your approach based on scale, I think is pretty commonplace and understandable from all sides. But I think that view should be applied towards the way that you work as a producer with the retailers. And I think that's kind of what we're ultimately kind of advocating here. A difference of perspective of, everybody's goal seems to be right now, get into central, get into other provinces, go for the big wide distribution, and as they should. That's kind of the end goal for everybody, as it should be. But the steps to kind of get there, it's too big a leap. So reframing it or looking at it a different way as like a smaller scale approach, where a smaller scale approach is a little more detail oriented. It's a little more personal, right? By definition, it's craft. Take a craft approach to your relationships with your retailer. And not every retailer thinks that way, though. And so that's the same message to the retailers as well. We're all small businesses here. So let's let's kind of take that more personal approach, a little more detailed approach. And just like you guys do with your products, your plant, your concentrate, have that same amount of care and attention to detail to the relationship with the retailer and vice versa with the producer, and grow it that way first. And then, once you get to a certain point to scale, then you're going to have to change the way you do things, the level of distribution or the platform or whatever it is. But how that you kind of evolve, but acknowledge the fact that the smaller steps, the more detailed approach with and those relationships help both sides grow and get to that point.
Yeah.
So do you guys have an interest on kind of cutting through the salespeople and making sure you have really intimate relationships with the growers themselves?
Well, I mean, with the people in the company, because it's not always the growers themselves only. I mean, there's very few, I think, operations where it's just completely master grower driven. And so it's really a analysis of the team dynamic as well as the talent that's there. How do they approach the market? What is their vision? How do they kind of deal with situations? And that's kind of for Mark and myself, I think in the early days too, as we're kind of visiting all these facilities, that's always back of mind of like of finding out, what they're doing, but also observing how they work, how they kind of approach problems. One of the things we were looking for is like, as a new store a couple years ago, just looking to see like who do we put our bets on? Like who do we run with? Who do we think is going to make it? Let's kind of say. And so I think that framed our I guess, interactions with all the producers, and made it so that, like, it's more than just the sales pitch. You need to kind of get to know the people. And Mark is great with this. Mark is like super personable, has a knack of like really kind of getting people to be almost like, super comfortable and intimate and like and share stuff.
Spill the beans.
Yeah, spill the beans. And so, I think that's a great thing, because it takes down some of those walls that you put up, to go out there and do battle in this world of cannabis. And sometimes that armor, is a little too strong, and you kind of hinder the ability to kind of get what you were trying to do done. And so, like, focusing on, I know I'm kind of a broken record here, but focusing on the relationship and the interpersonal interaction, I think, is the key part for all of this.
Yeah. They have to understand that it's a huge risk for you guys to back craft. Like, if you just wanted to back floor sweepings, distillate, and botanical terpenes, you guys would all be the most successful companies in British Columbia right now. So the companies have to realize, like, man, these stores are willing to back us. There's got to be some sort of like understanding and recognition of that, because it truly, and I fucking hate to say it, I remember when my friend Allison bought the Peach Rings joint and lit it in the car, and I was like, my God, that smells like peach Lysol. What the fuck is that? And she was like, I know, it's so fucking, she just wanted to buy it to show me how bad it was. She threw the whole thing out the window. It was like a $25 joint. And I said, oh my God, that is the worst thing I've ever smelled. And she said, it's the #1 joint in Canada right now. I was just like, oh my God, that'd be so hard. And I speak to it in the same way as like, you have to choose not to sell that and pay your mortgage and pay all your employees easily. And you have to choose, no, we're going to go this route, which is a much more difficult route. It really is. It's the proper route. It's the conscious route. Like, I used to have a raw food cafe. It was like super high integrity and super low profit. Like, the profit was almost non-existent, because the food was like organic, vegan, raw, macrobiotic. It was all of these things that people were just like, it went over their heads. They were like, what do you mean this didn't go on a jet airplane? It's like, well, it was grown macrobiotically. Everything was grown within 100 kilometers, right over their head. No understanding whatsoever. That for all they care, order fucking strawberries from Chile and fly them over on a plane. We don't care. Just make it cheaper. And so it's always been that, no matter what aspect when you choose quality over quantity, it's a real, not everyone's going to hit that. That's a smaller portion. I think that's why such a big portion of the cannabis industry is, fucking hemp gas station vape pens and whatever, floor sweepings, botanical terpenes, and distillate, which now that friend of mine, Allison, she used to be the CEO for 48 North. She was the first female CEO in Canada for a cannabis company. She's an awesome lady. And she tried so hard. She worked so hard. She hired my buddy Neil, who was an incredible grower and a legacy guy. And she just did everything right. And it was like, in the end, the company fucked her over. They brought in a young dude and booted her out and did all this sort of shit. And I remember years ago telling her, I was like, listen, if you want the best brand, like the highest selling brand, it's got to be floor sweepings, distillate, and botanical terps. And so she has now started a company in New York. It's the only place she's operating out of. She did a 1-day pop-up with her floor sweepings, distillate, and botanical terpenes, and did $400,000 in an afternoon of sales. Wow. I know it hurts, guys. I know it hurts. So it's like, how do we fight that? Because I mean, that's never going to change. That'll always be the masses. And my philosophy on why that is because the majority of people have blown out their olfactory. They smoke cigarettes, they drink a ton of alcohol, they do all sorts of things where they don't have what I would call a sensitive palate. So when we're smoking and tasting all these different things, most people are like, uh-huh. But when you put like a botanical terpene like pineapple and these people hit it, I see them. They'll go, oh, Oh, it's pineapple. Like they're so fucking stoked that they recognize what the flavor is. And it's like, I get it. I mean, if I didn't have a flavor olfactory profile, like ability to taste things, and suddenly I tasted something for the first time, like, fuck, I might be stoked on that. So it's just, how do you guys see that battle? Is it just like, you know what? We're not even paying attention to that. We got to focus on what we got to focus on. But how much does that hurt your soul? Because it really hurts mine.
It's a flavor battle, and it's a tolerance and potency battle, because a lot of
Right.
these new consumers, to us, cannabis was a joint. It was actual flower. I mean, Gary and Matt are a bit younger than the Dennis and I, but I
Don't
mean
say
that
that.
was literally me like stealing weed from my mom, or my buddy stealing it from his older brother, and it was just rolling it up in grade 9, and that was it. But the kids now that get introduced to cannabis, it's through carts, man, and they're
Vapes.
sucking on these vapes that are just super botanical, over the top flavors. Just punch them in the mouth, and you know the tolerance is through the roof. So they smoke regular flower. They don't feel anything. They don't taste anything.
I mean,
Yeah.
like you kind of got to treat it like a little bit of a journey. Like for us right now, we sell a ton of rosin now, but that wasn't something that we decided to do last month. It was 2 years ago. Like even again for me getting more exposed to solventless and like, holy shit, like okay, this is definitely the future, right? So it's making that game plan at that point is that we're not going to get somebody from general admission peach rings to some of the Hive by Brindle, but it's like let's get them off the general admission to just at least the resin infused pre-rolls. From the resin infused pre-rolls, maybe okay, let's get a rosin infused pre-roll. And then from there, once they're at about 35, $40, it's like, hey, we have a Puffco V2 pen. I mean, that was a big game changer for us on growing the solventless side, is that you're coming in here and buying 4 packs of general admission distillate infused. You could grab one of these pens and a gram of like Nugs rosin, and I think that starts the excitement. And I think it was kind of a nice feedback loop in the sense that once they try it, nobody really goes back. Like I miss my peach rings. They're like, okay, where do I go from here? Like they just start that journey and you get that excitement. And I think for us is we feed off of that. Like when you mentioned it's the harder thing to do, but it's so much more exciting. Like I've always said, if we can't do it this way and it's a race to the bottom, who's got the most THC for the lowest price, I'm like, I'll hire a manager and go find something else to do, right? Like that's not what excites me to be at the store 7 days a week, 10, 12 hours a day. It's like those conversations, like again, and probably not the best thing to announce with it, but we had a customer that bought $1,000 worth of rosin in Mission. And I mean, on Christmas Day. And I was like, hey, my family lives in Mission. I'm coming for Christmas dinner. You did this as a mail order. I'm like, if you want, I'll come and drive it down to you. And he's been texting me ever since then. He's pressing rosin at home. So it's not the biggest market, but if we can expand that market outside of our, hey, we're this 2 block radius from our store. And I know Matt's done a great job with the mail order all across BC. For us, it's been a lot of delivery. I know Dennis and Mark are a little combination of both as well, too. So it's like there may not be as many of them and they might be scattered, but we're passionate enough to go track down that good cannabis and they're passionate enough to seek it out even outside of their immediate neighborhood.
And I want to further this up. Like I would say probably the biggest challenge we have in the legal recreational cannabis industry is consumer education. Like there's not a lot of people who are seeking out the different quality levels of weed. There's not many people looking for to learn, and frankly there's a lot of stores that aren't educated themselves in the difference of extracts versus solvent versus solventless, whether it's in your edible, your drink, your vape, or your jar, and they don't even know how to consume it. Like the amount of customers who've come to me, because we do have a Canna Cabana down the street, who buy a Puffco product and come to me to teach them how to use it. I'm grateful to teach them how to use it because of direct delivery allows me to sell them jars that Canna Cabana doesn't sell. So, you know, my whole journey in cannabis is because like I've always loved it, but nobody ever taught me how to do it because I didn't really have a deep cannabis network. I had a drug dealer who I bought flour off and he didn't teach me nothing. So, like I had to learn myself about extracts and, they're awesome. They're way better than peach rings. But if you don't have somebody showing you how to dab, showing you, how to use a pivot, how to use a Peak Pro, how to use a banger, how to clean it, you're just going to end up buying an expensive unit, fucking it up, and then having like the worst time. And then you're going to hate weed and you're going to go back to peach rings. But, you can't teach something that you don't know how to do.
Yeah.
So,
Nobody
you
wants
know,
to relive a bad experience.
yeah.
No, I gotta actually shout out, before your store was up in smoke, I used to go there and link up with Dom and Max. And Dom and Max were very young guys when I first met them. And they were the first guys in the city of Vancouver to blow me away with their knowledge. They had so much fucking knowledge, and the time that they would spend with people at the counter. Johnny B and I would go in and buy flour, and back when people still pressed flour, and check out how according and accurate it was. And I think you've got a good foundation at Up in Smoke, because those guys, I don't know how many years they operated out of there, but truly, and I say this in all honesty, like, not a lot of people impressed me, but these two guys actually impressed me. They were so young and had such a just grasp on the knowledge that it was refreshing to hear people be such a voice of authority on a subject. And I think that, not all dispensaries have that. I think that a lot of dispensaries just have, people that they hire for it to be a job. And it's like, hey, I'm just hiring this girl. She's going to be my dispensary girl and she's going to make sales. And it's like, okay, but like, is she passionate? Does she have like a super deep understanding? The passion on these guys was like, you could taste it when you walked in. They were literally just like vibrating with excitement. And so I think that had to be a work in your favor.
Oh, it
I
did.
oh,
And
sorry.
I worked with them for a few years, and I benefited from that knowledge and passion. And unfortunately, like, the only reason why we're still not partners is because we have the Broadway subway project in front of us, and it's really negatively affected us. And our partnership ended before we were allowed to do mail order, really, and direct delivery for that matter. So, those two policies didn't really start until actually the same month that our partnership ended. So it was really unfortunate for that. And, I actually miss them and I hope they're well. So
I haven't seen them in ages myself. They were living in Horseshoe Bay for quite a while, which is my side of it's close to me, only 5 minutes away, and not many people live close to me. It's hard to find friends. So it was nice to have them nearby for a while. And then just like that, they weren't working there anymore. They were moved off, and then Dom was having like a baby and had a fiance. I was just like, wow, like, you forget how much your life can change when you're young. In an absolute instance, like, wow, you just like got a totally different job, started a family, have a new partner for life. Like, so yeah, congratulations to them, and I'm glad that you benefited from that, and I'm glad that you're continuing it, because I know that the people that, went to that store for years, I can guarantee are still going to that store.
thank you to them. They keep us in business. Thank you.
On that
Yes.
note, though, I do want to say, like, about education too. I think that that falls on the retailer, obviously, quite a bit, but also, falls on the retailer's approach to staffing and what they ask that staff to do and contribute. When some retails choose to have the staff not engage with vendors, not engage with the whole process of vetting products for the shelves and things like that, they're removed from education and learning anything about the products, how evolving their understanding. So, one of the things that Mark and I try to do is with all the vendors that come through, we share the load of vetting the products with our staff. It's an important part for us. We're sharing, getting their opinions is very important to us as well, as a acknowledgement that they're a different generation as well. But it helps them to evolve their understanding, see what's actually out there, compare and contrast, build their knowledge and their confidence and comfort on the floor. And so, one, they learn a lot, and two, their delivery isn't forced. I mean, that's the other negative thing too. A forced delivery of all this knowledge that everybody wants to share on a customer that is just trying to get high. It's counterproductive. But that, armed with that knowledge and like a confidence and comfortable approach, it's again, more focus on building that relationship with that consumer for the moments that you do have. And so I think that the education part, the education of the bud tenders, the inclusion of the bud tenders, the staff, that's key and important if education is important to you as a retail and your responsibility to the industry to help move the consumer understanding forward. It's risk on all sides, as we acknowledged, but really at the end of the day, you can't learn if the example isn't there. If there's no contrast to the peach rings by general admission, then what are these people going to learn from? So the risk of having it on your shelf, the risk of the producer pushing that out instead of something that's more mass adopted, this is the shared risk that we're talking about, but the small shared risk that we can take as producers and retailers for the goal of education and incrementally creating an environment and industry where there is better understanding, more openness, more curiosity. And I think that's where we all want to be. But trying to, again, jump from 0 to 10, impossible. It's doomed to fail. So incremental approach, taking like having a goal in mind, but like, pivoting as you need to. But I think that's kind of the way forward for our model and the way we want to kind of see retail in this industry and this space.
Well, I think that's part of, like you said, Dennis, that's why we've been, successful to this point is our sort of curated, we took a very different approach in the beginning when we opened our store. We don't have menus. We don't have a huge, massive inventory that's ballooned everywhere with like 400 or 500 SKUs or more, it's more of a curated approach. Customers come in, we want to create those conversations, have those dialogues with the customers that actually want to. We all have those customers that come in and they're just like, give me a single pre-roll. What do you got? I don't care. Just give it to me. And, while I hate dealing with those experiences, we have been able to push some of those customers and get them to try new things. Like you say, get off the peach rings, try a rosin roll,
Get off the peach rings.
try something different, right?
We need to get you off the peach rings, bro.
Just
This is serious. Friends don't let friends wear mesh shoes or smoke peach rings. So we got to fucking figure this out. I will say that Canada doesn't make it easy. The packaging is terrible.
Oh, yeah.
The first store that I ever and I'm a head, bro. Like I recognize brands and packaging and I understand what the industry is. The first time I walked into a store and it was Craft Greenery, where I could be like, it was very clearly like, oh, these are all the hashes right here. And I could see, and this was at a point where the brands were starting to get like, oh, now I'm having a yellow jar. They were expanding a little bit out of just the black and white and yellow, all the same colors. Everything looks the same. If you're ahead and you go into a shop and everything looks the same, can you imagine what that looks like to a just regular everyday person? They're just like, holy fuck. So it creates an environment right off the bat, thank you, Health Canada, where they're just going to be like, what should I get? Like, I just want to get like something that's this price for this kind of THC. And it locks them in. I really look forward to a day where we can get to a deli style, where you can look at a jar and then buy 5 grams of that extract and just you guys scoop it out, compound it right there under camera, right onto the jar and sell it out the door. Obviously, seeing cannabis this way, when you can't see and smell cannabis, and companies tried. I saw companies try desperately. They were created the sniff jars. The one company, I can't remember who that was. It was one that
pods.
Yeah, they had smell pods.
Oh,
Maybe it was Leaf something, or I can't remember the name of the company. They were big. They had quite a few stores. Anyway, I went in there. I thought, oh, that's a really good idea. He says, yeah, it's a great idea, except they only last for like a day or two. And I'm like, oh. I'm like, well, at least you get to write it off. He's like, no, we don't get to write it off. I'm like, you don't get to write it off. Well, that's completely fucking ridiculous. Can you at least like give it to your employees? No, we're supposed to destroy it. I'm like, what the fuck? That is the most ridiculous thing ever. Like just cutting you off at the knees if you want to go out of your way to make it so people can have a little whiff of what it is they're buying. And some of them were pretty good. Go ahead, Mark.
You're ultimately making the government more money. You're selling more product. They're getting more taxes. It's a win-win for them too.
I still think they're completely convinced that you need to protect children from cannabis, and it's why the majority of the insanity of the laws ensue. They truly believe. I tell people all the time, I was at a New Year's party, and of course, everyone was drinking alcohol. There was alcohol everywhere. I was actually there with Nate, Mark.
Oh yeah.
And nice people, don't get me wrong, but all drinking. And I brought all my pipes, and the owner of the house was like, "Oh, what do you got there?" I'm like, "Oh, they're electric pipes." He's like, "Oh, I'd love to check those out." So I pull them out and put them on the counter. And his wife comes over. She's like, "What are you guys doing here?" And I was like, "Oh, we're just, going to do some dabs. I suggested I would go outside, but your husband said I could just do it right here. But if you like, I could." She's like, "Well, like just that there's children running around." I'm like, "I know, but like it's a medicine, and what you're drinking is a poison." It's like the only thing in this house right now that could kill all of your children is the very drug that you guys are all consuming. And the very drug that could help your kids is the drug that I'm consuming.
Yeah.
So I'll go outside, no problem. But she was just kind of like, I use those opportunities not to make someone uncomfortable, but to realize that it's a very important time and place that we're in right now. And doing all of the things that we're doing is incredible. But taking the opportunity in an uncomfortable situation to say a truth to someone who is clearly like, listen, I said to her, look, of course I'm not going to smoke weed around your kids, but isn't it interesting how you have no problem drinking alcohol around mine when your drug kills people and mine doesn't? And she had nothing to say to that. She was just like, what are you going to say to that?
Yeah. My drink's empty.
Yeah, I'm going to go get
I'll be
another
right
drink.
back.
So, I'm not trying to shit on alcohol. I'd fight for people's rights to do whatever they want to do, but I've always found the hypocrisy interesting. We have a beach in Lions Bay, and people go to the beach all summer long, and you're not supposed to drink alcohol on the beach, and everyone drinks alcohol on the beach. All the moms are just drinking alcohol. The minute someone is like over in the corner and has a vape pen or a joint, and I'm also like, I don't go down there and puff. It's all full of kids. I don't need to puff in a public place that's all for kids. I can easily go for a little walk and come back, but they don't. They sit and drink and drink and drink. And then they wonder why, when their kids are 12 and 13 and 14, they're stealing liquor out of their liquor cabinet. I watched it happen with all my friends. I was the anomaly. I never did it myself because I just always saw alcohol for what it was, a soul-sucking succubus that will steal everything from you if you let it. I've watched it. I watched it steal. In fact, my cousin's son, Ben, rest in peace, Ben. He was 22 years old. He was going to be an NHL superstar. He was going to be in the likes of Connor Bedard and McElhinney and Crosby. Like, this kid was special. He got involved with the wrong people, got into drugs a little bit, and then got into alcohol. And at 22 years old, he died of renal failure from alcohol consumption. At 22 years old, he died of renal failure. So this is not a fucking recreational drug. This is a super dangerous drug. And every opportunity that I get to tell people, I tell people. And, in my opinion, your guys' stores are very important for people who are trying to reduce their alcohol intake and who are trying to reduce the intake of other drugs that they have. I don't look at cannabis as a gateway drug to do other drugs. I look at cannabis as a drug to help people get off of things that are detrimental to them. And soul-sucking alcohol is a big one. I saw, and I don't know how true it is, that there's been massive losses in alcohol in this last year, that people are drinking like 30 to 40 to 50% less, which represents tens of billions of dollars in lost alcohol sales, which I would hope turns into cannabis sales for you guys.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead, Matt.
Well, I was going to say it's been tough for us to compete with alcohol consumption only because we haven't had, like 10 packs and 10 packs of gummies, for instance. And now, like, one of the companies that I'm really impressed with and I like working with is Rubicon. They're a larger company, but, Mickey is awesome at strain selection, and he's done some amazing partnerships with Gastown. And, they've just released these 10 pack of 10 milligram rosin gummies. And, I used to think that I needed 100 milligrams. I had 3 of those the other night, and I was passing out in bed. So, we finally have like a product that kind of matches a 24 or a 12 pack of beer that you can eat and you can consume and you can have the same relaxation effect of a couple beers. And, I'm really excited about that because it wasn't really economical prior to the launch of the 10-pack gummy SKU. It was always kind of a little bit too expensive. But now, like in our store, you can buy a 10-pack of really good rosin edibles for under $40, which is, really dope. And they're tested. Yeah, there you got the spinach box. Yeah, but
Yeah,
those
my daughter bought me this for Christmas. This is what she got me. She got me a sativa and an indica or hybrid, 10 packs in each one. And let me tell you, when I ate shit yesterday on the mountain, like so bad, I'm talking 80 kilometers an hour, right at the bottom of the mountain in the hard packed snow.
Oh,
I hit a bump, it twisted my snowboard. I did a full scorpion. I flipped over. It was so violent and so devastating. I thought, holy shit, like I'm going to be in the hospital for 6 months. And man, I am okay. A couple of these every like 3 or 4 hours, and it's just unbelievable how it melts the pain away.
Yeah. And those are now available in all three of our shops and and those are really affordable. That's a 10-pack of gummies. We sell those for $20 and like that's 2-3 nights right there and that's way more economical than somebody drinking and it's way more better for your system. So better for
Yeah.
your body.
The gummies and the beverages, they're a tough one for the legal market. I've got a buddy who operates in the black market, and I go over to his place, and he's got 5-gallon buckets, and they're full to the rim with 30 milligram gummies. They're beautiful gummies. They're so well made, and he's selling them wholesale for like $1. And I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, who is competing with this guy in the legal market? Now, $2 a pack, that's getting reasonable. But when it's $5 for a 10 milligram gummy, that means one of his gummies in the same price is $15 retail before tax. And he's just retailing it for $2 and wholesaling it for $1. So it's like this weird kind of, like there's a disconnect. I see it more in the edibles than I see it anywhere else. I see the legal cannabis has devastated the black market of cannabis. It is not a monster market the way it once was. People don't have the value in the flower. But when it comes to vape pens and diamond crusted joints and gummies in particular, how the hell are they going to bridge that gap between, because honestly, $2 a gummy, what you just said, is amazing. That's a great price. That is so much better than what it was. But then when you hear my buddy has 30 milligram ones, and don't get me wrong, he's a total black market guy, website guy. He doesn't have a store. He's not selling them to people coming in. But it creates this sort of disconnect where I would hope that the Canadian government could, and let's be honest, like selling milligrams of cannabinoids, and Dr. Mark could even chime in on this one, is, I mean, it's where it's at. When you're selling a beverage with 10 milligrams in it, I mean, my God, what do you get out of a gram of distillate? Like 800, 900 plus milligrams? Holy shit.
No,
Yeah. So so if you in a 10 milligram drink in like a 12-ounce can, that is 0.028 weight percent. So that's an order of magnitude lower than the 0.3 threshold that was arbitrarily set here in the U.S. as defining hemp from cannabis, or from marijuana, they call it, right? But that 0.3% was never intended to be used for formulated products. I think that came out in Trump's executive order, or they're going to try to tighten up some of that. But the interesting thing about the executive order is, again, they were trying to carve out the whole plant, but that completely goes against the established FDA protocol. So, yeah, it remains to be seen. I think that executive order really was nothing but a bunch of hot air to distract from the Epstein files and everything else that is needed to distract from in this day and age.
You mean he didn't
But
kill
hey,
himself?
Happy New Year, everybody. I hate to bring everyone down on such a negative note. Happy New Year to my friends in Canada. And I pledge, Marcus, that this year will be the year that you and I finally break hash together, and I'm looking
100%.
forward to that moment when it happens
I'm
later
gonna
on
drive
this
down
year.
to Burlington the next time I go visit my
Yeah,
partners
man.
in Quebec, which
Yeah.
I should be doing this month. I am going to Colorado this month, so I'll be in Colorado from the
Oh, how cool.
11th to the 16th. I've got a bunch of stuff going on over there, and then I should be heading down to Quebec at the end of January because
Awesome.
I got to go over to New York and all this other stuff. It's starting to happen for me, Dr. Mark. It's
Yeah, so
things are
when you're
getting
in
busy.
Farnham, Mark, you're only like about what, like an hour and 15 minutes away from me.
Yes,
So I
I
mean,
know. That's crazy. I'm in the
we need to
middle of
make that
nowhere,
happen.
Quebec, and this guy lives an hour away.
I know we need to make it happen. I mean,
It's so
I was so
trippy.
bummed that I was unable to go to BizCon this year. It looks like you had a fun time for your first adventure down to the US.
I got the Wook flu as well, so
Oh, you got the work.
I didn't get the
Yeah.
fish Wook flu. I got the
Yeah.
BizCon.
I got the
Uh,
fish strain at Madison Square Garden, which,
oh
by
yeah.
the way, was a wonderful show. It was the gag was all about milk. You could Google it. There's lots of images and videos up there. But yeah, it was just really, really tremendous. I mean, I haven't missed a New Year's Eve with fish since 1991. So, and I don't plan on
Jesus.
missing one anytime soon. So yeah, it was just a wonderful holiday. What could I say? Lots of hash, and yeah, my New Year's resolution, Mark, is to smoke boatloads of hash in 26.
I'm with you, man. I am with you. My New Year's resolution is to see more amazing hash in the Canadian market. And I see it like I see the sauce guys over on the East Coast, Hugo and the boys, like they're pumping out some pretty nice shit. Brindle Farms has always been pumping out some nice shit. I don't know what's gonna happen to High Fidelity because Caitlin had a baby, and I'm not sure how much hash she's washing up these days. She looks pretty like clicked into motherhood and looks pretty happy. So she's gonna have to train some other people to make that nice high fidelity. And then of course, Che from Rosebud, absolutely beautiful flavors. It's just nice to see that they're, I see people all the time, oh, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, dude, I don't think you understand that we've been fighting for access for decades, and now people have access. Even if it's not the access that you per se wanted, the fact that people are working on this, it's like, why work against them? Why not just facilitate and make things easier and make it so it's like, yeah, we have this. I'll never forget walking in, not having any resin, sitting with a buddy in his car. We both had brand new pivots, and I've told this story a few times. And he's like, "You got any rosin?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got some rosin." And I go to grab my jar, and I forgot it at his house in Langley. I completely forgot the hash. We drove all the way to downtown Vancouver. I'm like, "Holy shit!" He's like, "Fuck, dude, I've never wanted to smoke a thing so badly because I can't." And I said, "Well, wait a minute." I said, look, there's a store right on the corner over there. We were sitting at this amazing sort of live crab Chinese restaurant that his buddy owns that's very close to the P&E on Hastings. And right across the street from this restaurant is like, I think it's an Eggs Canna is the store that's right on the corner of Hastings and whatever street this guy's restaurant is nearby. So we walk over, we buy a gram of Caitlin's high fidelity rosin, and we come back to the car. And it was cheap, like it was expensive. It was like 70 Canadian dollars or whatever, which is probably like 50 US or whatever. So within the range of reasonableness, but certainly not a great deal. But in that moment, it wasn't about the fucking deal. It was about the access that we were given. The fact that a fucking store 100 feet away from where we were sitting in a parking lot had this amazing rosin that was grown by my friends and washed by my friends and pressed by my friends and brought to market by my friends. I thought, this is fucking unbelievable. This is the win that no one's celebrating because we're also, you get into that little rut, and now you're just like, okay, we got to survive, we got to make sure we're doing this. You got to keep your head on so tight in this business that I've always felt we don't celebrate our wins very well in the cannabis community and industry. We should be celebrating, bro. We have federally legal cannabis, and the biggest complaint we have is Health Canada taxing us and not allowing us to market properly. I remember when they used to shoot your dog, take your kids, and put you in jail So I think we're in a better place.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 100%. And shout out to like companies like Puffco. They created these more user-friendly devices, which is going to help grow that concentrate customer demographic, right?
Dude, it's
I mean,
massive. It
that's a
is
huge part of it, right? I
that
mean,
is a massive part of it. The fact that people don't realize the work that Puffco and companies like them, although no company is on the level of Puffco in regards to how many people they're touching with these devices,
yeah.
it's absolutely astonishing. Prior to that, a dab was like, I mean, fuck, look what I got going on here, dude. I got the rig, the
Yeah.
banger, the dab right, the universal heater. I'll have to use the glob mops after. I've got my banger basket, my dabber. There's so much stuff to use just to take a dab. It's certainly not fish concert friendly, is it, Dr. Mark? Although I will say that in Toronto one time, I brought coals to the taper section and I lit those coals up with a blowtorch, and we were hitting oil off the coals in the taper section at the
Sweet.
Molson. Yeah, it was people were like, and for a fish show for someone to say like, "Whoa, I've never seen that before," was like, "Yeah, dude, that's right. You never have, motherfucker. We are straight
Well,
doing oil dabs at the taper section."
I was gonna ask you about your New Year's Eve party experience. So, was there tobacco consumption happening there? And did that woman direct people to go outside for tobacco?
No tobacco consumption. In fact, when I went outside to have the dab, this is the funniest part, Dr. Mark. Only one person came out with me, and it was the woman. And she smashed that fucking Puffco like 5 times before going back inside. So it wasn't like she was super anti-cannabis. She was just like in this mentality of like, well, the children. I'm like, well, yeah, the children, like you're drinking alcohol in front of them. Like, what are you thinking?
She
Oh,
just
you mean
wanted
the weed?
she just wanted to go outside and rip that all with, by herself. You
Dude,
Yeah,
I couldn't
well,
believe it. I filled 2 Puffcos. I filled 2 Peaks and a Proxy, and I went outside thinking that 5 people were gonna follow me, and nobody came out except her.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I grew up in the back seat of a '64 Bonneville station wagon with two smoking parents and closed
Oh,
windows.
dude,
Okay, so
dude.
yeah, I mean,
I'm also
things are
from
just
said generation.
yeah, and I also remember like New Year's Eve parties, like when I was young, my parents' parties, and people be smoking all over the place, you know. So it's like, where the fuck was the concern around secondhand smoke and kids back then? But it's like, oh, now you got to be careful. You know, we don't want to, the
Well, it was Marcus
kids.
Welby. Don't you remember? I'm Marcus Welby. I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV. And he's just like, cigarettes are good. He had the lab coat. People were like, oh, fuck, cigarettes are good. Well, fucking good thing because I'm totally addicted to them. But no, Vancouver is a very we shame the tobacco smokers here. We're very much like California. It's just all leaked up here. Like to be a cigarette smoker in Vancouver is bravery because like many people will just say something. Like if you're just out on the street smoking, someone will just be like, "Oh, that's disgusting," or they'll just shoot a little shame at you. We got that Cali shame when it comes to tobacco. I personally have stopped shaming the tobacco smoker more. Now I'll promote the joint smoker. I'll say that's right. That's what you should be smoking.
So
I
where does
sh
tobacco consumption happen? So we just got back from New York City, and what I noticed in New York, first of all, there's just weed smell everywhere throughout the entire island of Manhattan, which is great to smell. But often, like outside clubs and restaurants, you'll have a bunch of cigarette smokers, and it's almost like you have to walk through this curtain of cigarette smoke to get into a non-cigarette smoking environment. Just disgusting. But where does like so if you go to a club in Vancouver, are you smoking outside the club, or do they have a special smoking area for tobacco consumption?
Yep.
Usually
they
you're just
can,
outside.
yep.
Some might have a patio, but
Anywhere you can smoke tobacco, you can smoke joints. That's basically how it works in Vancouver.
yeah.
And
Right.
so people
So it's
are
just general smoking section, right? So like if they don't allow it inside the building, are there just people gathered in front of the buildings? So in order to
you're
walk
much
into the
more
building,
likely to get away with smoking a joint at a concert inside than you ever would with a cigarette. You'd light 10
cigarette,
joints in a
okay.
row and be
Yeah.
fine. You light one cigarette, you're getting kicked out of that venue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just at a concert before Christmas and we were smoking joints on the dance floor. So yeah, no, I agree with Marcus. It's more socially acceptable in Vancouver to light a joint even inside at a concert than a cigarette. Like no chance on the cigarette.
Do you guys see a lot of those what we call douche flutes? You know,
Oh fuck yeah.
these kinds of things.
I got one.
Oh my god! Like the
Dude, you guys are
volume that-
hilarious. Douche flutes. They both
Oh,
have
yeah.
one.
I mean, the volume of vapor that comes out of those things. I mean, like this guy in front of me at the show the other night was sucking on his douche flute. And when he would blow out a thing of smoke, it was like an endless stream of smoke. And I tell you what, it smelled like the gummies that were in my pocket. It had kind of like a strawberry, fruity, vanilla kind of smell to it. I was
Scary.
like, my God, he's pulling that into his fucking lungs. Oh,
I had a guy at a government mule concert, and we figured he must have had the brand new fentanyl pen because he hit this fucking pen next to me. He's right next to me. And like, you know, he's kind of nodding afterwards, and my buddy's behind me. He's poking his girlfriend. He's like, "Hey, there's something wrong with your guy." And she's like, "Mind your own fucking business," and turns back around. And like a minute later, this guy was like maybe dead. I don't know. He just passed out on my lap, of course, because I'm right next to him. So now he's lying on my lap. We had to stop the concert. We were in like the third row. So like Warren Haynes, the whole band is right there watching this. They're watching the whole, you know, ambulance comes in. They fucking stretcher this guy out. This guy is right next to me. And the funny thing was, I was smoking hash hits the whole time. I was like literally burning and smoking hash hits the entire time. I remember smelling he took a hit of this vape pen and it kind of wafted over and I smelt it and was like, ooh, that was a weird fucking thing. So I don't know if a fentanyl or an opioid pen exists or if that's just delusions, but this guy OD'd off whatever he hit and it was not DMT. Like he was gone. It was super trippy.
shit.
He's sitting right next to you like he's your buddy, and the people are like,
He was
"Look at Mark."
he was in my lap, bro. He passed out. His
Oh
head
my
was in my lap.
Went from none of your business to all your business, basically.
Yeah. And then they had to leave. Both of them left. My friend helped bring the guy to the ambulance. My friend was on like tons of mushrooms. He comes back and he's like, "Where's my jacket?" I'm like, "I don't know, dude. You picked it up before you left." He's like, "Oh my God." So he runs back outside, hunts the ambulance down. He left his jacket in the ambulance because he brought this guy basically high on mushrooms, overdosed right from the concert seat, my buddy, right into the ambulance. I'm like, dude, you know, that was like going above and beyond. Like the ambulance people could probably taken care of that.
They have a stretcher.
It was wild. It was wild.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So here's a question for store owners and regulations. And I guess you just can't even promote the use of cannabis. Like you guys can't be like, "Oh, go for a walk around the park and smoke some joints," or they want to disconnect you from the actual experience of cannabis and the actual purchasing of cannabis. You guys can't do that, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Lifestyle, entertainment, anything associated with we can't associate any of it with cannabis. So
How
Well,
can they
how-
honestly
how do you-
enforce such a ridiculous rule?
well, I was going to share this stat a little bit earlier when we were talking about Health Canada, and it's 98% of all infractions, of all cited infractions, are because somebody ratted you out, and it's usually one of your competitors. I've been through it myself with a local competitor a few years ago. So yes, it's
So
because
this is a very interesting topic you brought up, and I'm so excited about it because I've been talking about this for a while. When did the entire cannabis industry turn into rats? Because back in the day, it was that you couldn't do it. Like, and when I say that, I'm talking there is such a high percentage of people in the cannabis industry who are ratting out their competition on Instagram to get their accounts closed. It's like a guarantee this is what's happening. It's such a fucked up thing to like, I just never would have seen a group who was like so, and I get it that that group is not the same group and many new people have come in. And I'm not one of these people personally that sees a higher value in you if you've been involved for a longer period of time. I mean, it's a guarantee that someone's going to come along and do this better than all of us. It's just a guarantee it's going to happen. And it doesn't matter if they weren't here 25 years ago breaking the law and making money off prohibition. I still feel like if you can come into the industry and do something good and make products available and like and hit all these sort of, positive notes,
Mhm.
then and that really comes from the school of David Watson, he always said to me, he said, you know why it doesn't bug me? And I said, no, I don't understand why it doesn't bug you. He says, because I don't care who profits. I just want it to be accessible. And if I care who profits, that's when you get really choked about it. That's when you get passionate about cannabis, because if you are worried about who, and obviously to a sense we're all worried about it because we all work in the cannabis industry, and of course it would be nice for all of us to profit so we could pay our bills and care for our families and all of these things. But yeah, the less you care about who profits, oh, like fucking Canopy, they shouldn't be allowed to. It's like, who cares? Like, fuck it. They've got judges and police officers. I'm like, good, good. Fuck, better than them being judges and police officers. You know what I mean? Like, people would just be so choked and upset. And I was just more like, good. Like, the more the merrier. Like, let's get all the cops to leave prohibition mentality behind and be, more cops involved in a company, probably more cops start buying cannabis. So I never went to that natural school of like, wait a minute, these motherfuckers just are coming in to hijack the industry. It's like, listen, Prohibition tried to hijack the industry and lost miserably, and they spent billions of dollars. So you really think like pharma and alcohol and tobacco were going to come in and control it? You're delusional. Cannabis is bigger than all of them by miles, miles and miles. And I truly believe that. I saw it with Prohibition. In the 16th century, they would line the Sufis up in the square in Cairo. They would stick their fingers down their throat, and if they threw up green, it meant they were hashish eaters. And if they were hashish eaters, they would pull their teeth out with pliers. Well, guess what? They didn't stop eating hashish, even after having their teeth pulled out with pliers. And that was in the 16th fucking century. That's way beyond the DEA kicking your door down and shooting your dog and taking your kids. They were ripping their fucking teeth out of their skulls live in the square. So I don't believe that anything is bigger or stronger than cannabis. They can all try their desperate little ways and schedule this and schedule that and try to control it. But just remember, the control of prohibition was the greatest effort they ever put onto cannabis, and we destroyed them with no funding. How about that? They spent billions of dollars and we had nothing. We were just a bunch of hippies on dead tour. How about that? Yeah. Now we all have federal cannabis in Canada, and it is absolutely coming to America. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah,
Can't put that back in the box.
I agree.
How interesting would it be, guys, if America legalized and it was all the same in Canada and America, and we created some unique rule where the stores could send products over the border, mail order. Imagine the US market opening up to your stores.
Yeah, that prospect
Well,
alone.
can we just get Canada, Marcus? Like right now, we can't get across to Alberta. So, I mean,
Fuck.
the States would be a dream. Can I take a moment just to ask anybody in Canada right now to do us all a favor? Write your local member of Parliament in Ottawa and tell them to include cannabis in interprovincial trade. So the three stores on this podcast can send our products, our unique products, to you in Ontario. Because right now it ain't happening.
How do we make that call to action easier? Is it on Jody's site, Fair Cannabis? And if not, you got to make the call to action easy. And that's why I think what Jody is doing with Fair Cannabis, when you go on to Fair Cannabis and you click on dispensary or whatever, or lounge, there's a call to action button. It's huge and it says, I want to take action or something like that. And you click on it and then it goes down to the bottom page and it literally links you to the emails, to the people with what you need to do. We need to make the calls to action because your call to action is awesome. So if we can, and I know we can't just add anyone's, member of parliament, but even if it's a website, this is where you'll find your member of parliament, just send them an email. Maybe if you created just a simple paragraph that could be copy and pasted that people could sign, because in this day and age, people's focus have been stolen by these things here, and they get called to action, but then they see a cool video. Oh my God, look at this! This is crazy. The cat's getting electrocuted. I have to watch this. And the next thing you know, they're not fucking doing it anymore. So How can we in this show today, I can put it in the description. Maybe is there a Canadian or British Columbian website? Is it all of Canada when you say call your
Yeah.
member of parliament all
Yep.
across Canada? So there's got to be a federal page that like you can search for your
Yeah.
parliamentary person. So
You
why don't
can,
we start with, we're going to put that in the description. And then maybe we'll also compile a short little like what you want them to say. Because if they say it wrong or they don't say it at all, it's the call to action was almost complete and then it disintegrated. So having that little, add whatever you want, but this paragraph is super important because yeah, like holy shit, all BC ever did was ship cannabis across Canada and America. How
Uh-oh.
the fuck are you gonna? I didn't realize that you guys can't ship product out of the province.
No.
no.
That is insane. But the brands can.
Uh,
If the boards list them,
Well, that's of course they do. Like my brand was in multiple provinces. I could ship it to Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario.
you've got to get
no.
accepted into certain provinces like Ontario,
Yeah.
BC.
Yeah, but I
BC
never
really
got,
get accepted.
I never applied for a province and didn't get accepted. And I applied with my partners who had 5 or 6 other SKUs that they were applying for, and all of them got denied. For me, I feel that BC will always accept me because I'm a BC story. And I feel like the rest of Canada would be silly not to accept. I'm embedded in the culture of hash. They're all calling it bubble hash. I coined the goddamn term. Like, of course you gotta let my brand into the province.
So you
And
think, but then you're going to start talking to the regulators, and they don't know. They don't know.
I had great conversations. The people in BC knew they were very good. The guy in Manitoba, can't remember his name, but he was a buyer. I went to his house. He gave me great excitement for the potential future because the way I look at it now is these regulators, a lot of these people came from alcohol. They just snagged these jobs that came up because they already worked at the BCLDB or the liquor, whatever. They already worked there. They gate kept these jobs. And so a lot of them are absolutely not cannabis people. This guy in Manitoba, who's the main buyer for the province, I went to his house and I'm telling you, right away, I knew this guy does not have a girlfriend or a wife because every single room in his house was full of cannabis. He had a rosin pressing room, he had tents, breeding projects, fucking bubble hash room, everything you could imagine. He was 3D printing one room. He was 3D printing components for his grow, sensors and fucking pieces that held his little, like I was just blown away that this guy, he was the first person I ever met that was even into cannabis. And let me tell you, he was into cannabis as much as any one of us on this panel and maybe more. And that's the buyer for Manitoba. So I wish I could remember his name. I want to say Dan or Mark or something, but
Hmm.
great guy.
I know, like, I think we can speak to some experience that BC cultivators have. Like, for instance, in Ontario, I know that, one of my big partners here is Sweetgrass, and they used to have sales in Ontario, but it became too onerous to support the sell through and carry the labor of having a sales representation
Correct.
in Ontario because you have to meet certain sell-through requirements with the wholesale distributor, and if you don't meet it, then they send the product back.
That's right.
And so, that's a huge challenge when, markets are dominated by pay to play models, which, we're blessed in BC. We don't quite have that. We kind of do, but we also don't. Whereas it's quite bad in the prairies in Ontario with pay to play stores and,
For sure.
a lot of density and price sensitive shopping.
Yeah, that's a problem for sure, If it and the reality is it's not like it's necessarily trying to keep you out. The model they use to distribute is that model. So they're
Yeah.
like, yeah, if we want to buy 10 pounds of something or 10 kilos, sorry, which that's what they bought of my hash joints. The first order we shipped was 10,000 grams to the OCS. And they were like, if you can't re-up, if you can't send us another 10,000 like when we want it, and it could have been 10 days for all we knew. They were like, we'll punish you. We'll put you at the bottom of the list and we won't order your products again. And I was like, okay, so this is just, you know, part of me looks at that and I'm like, fuck these guys, they're gatekeeping, they're doing this, they're doing that. It's like, well, or are they doing business on a level that if you can't get to that level, you just won't be congruent with that level of business. It's kind of like, building high-rise towers. Like, yeah, that costs like sometimes I think the last property in Vancouver sold for $200 million. Well, that's just not feasible for the rest of us to get into it. So do we sit around and say they're gatekeeping and keeping us out of the business because I can't afford a 200? Well, it's like, no, it's like if you can't afford it, you don't get to play in that game. And that's what I learned about the OCS, and Quebec is very similar as well. They're monster markets. This isn't about selling to a few people. It's about selling to hundreds of thousands to potentially millions of people. And it's just a different model. And I think that what would be amazing is if Ontario could develop a model within the model they have, because you'll never convince them to not like to recreate that model because it's the model. That's the one that makes them all their money. But we could potentially lobby for an internal model, like an IPA model that promotes more towards the craft, the small stores, to allow them further, further entrance into the market. Because I think it would be amazing if you guys could sell, across the board as stores, not just brands.
Yeah, because one of the benefits of direct delivery, which we kind of touched on earlier, is we can create products. So, a really good example I would love the opportunity to speak on is Amani Craft. Our three stores used to sell a lot of the smalls, and they used to be exclusive to direct delivery. There became quite a demand for them to fulfill it because they're a small team. It's a husband and wife team. And so they had to list it on Central, which meant our kind of quasi direct delivery exclusive was now shared with all the stores in British Columbia. So to give us kind of something back, Amin and Anna created the 14-gram SKU, which now you can get 14 grams of this, everybody's favorite Amani Craft Gastropop, and you can get it now at our stores or any store that participates via direct delivery. And it's super awesome because Amin recognized that we lost our little exclusive with the Amani Craft Smalls, but so we needed something to replace it. And he was a great guy, and he's come up with a 14-gram bag. And I know personally it was launched in the first week of December, and I've sold quite a few cases of it, and it's really great weed. Like this batch is 5.4% terps. It's stinky, like woof.
Yeah, that's solid.
I think it kind of shows a little bit of like that graduation and progression that Dennis touched on a little bit earlier too, is like starting with a small group of people, small scale, expands from that to more direct delivery. And from that side is like, yeah, we always want to see the growers win, of course, too, right? So if they gets to the point where they're doing so well and they've scaled it up so consistently that they're now on Central, like that's a win-win. And we can start working with them on what's the next one that you're working on, which ones are you testing, and kind of start that up that path. Like it becomes this nice, sustainable, reliable path where in an industry that doesn't really have any certainty, it's like we're working together to create some certainty.
Yeah. I mean, part of it is also us just trying to have these conversations with these growers because obviously we're retailers, we're the front line. We know what customers are asking for, what people are always looking for. So it's just, creating those unique opportunities with formats. Like I'm pretty sure I was one of the guys that talked to him in about introducing that 3.5 smalls, I don't know, a year and a half ago or something, as just something to help him because he is a craft brand. You want to come up with your premium 7-gram flower, but you need something to introduce those customers before they take that leap and trust your brand and spend all that money on a 7-gram. So if you've got a pre-roll or a 3.5 smalls, it's a lower price for them to get in, try your brand, get that customer adoption, and then boom, they become loyal. So it's yeah, no, it's been fun having these conversations and going and meeting all these growers, and this is one of the things that Dennis does a really good job of, is just flipping over these little rocks quickly, trying to find these opportunities. He comes from that startup tech-based background, so it's always the thing. I hear it all the time, every week is, hurry up, we got to fail fast and move. And it's good and it's important. And that's why I think, we've got a real balance between the two of us because he likes to move fast. I like to find stability in things. And I think together we make a pretty damn good team. And couldn't be happier working with anybody else than
Yeah, and in the end, Marcus, it takes away all the guesswork from what we're talking about with sell through and
Yeah.
and all this other bullshit that farmers have to put up with that is kind of arbitrary and frankly annoying and all in the end just about collecting their damn taxes. But
Yeah. I
yeah,
mean,
it's great.
let's talk about the Island Genetics experience and Zach and Corey. I mean, that's been the best part of last year for us as far as we're concerned. The conversations, the collaboration, the just the relationship building, the transparency, you know, just the shared approach to launching it. It really from a from our point of view, like this is probably the most invested brand as far as we're concerned because of what all the care and effort we put into this shared journey with them. You know, and kudos to Zach for really at the end of the day, he is a bit of a unicorn in the sense that his level of transparency and willingness was above and beyond. It created the environment for us to be able to make this kind of happen. And I think because we were able to have this experience, we were able to kind of vet some ideas of what we thought would work, find out what didn't work on both sides, see the realities of whether or not we could really kind of collaborate as partners rather than just transactional like vendor retailer relationships. Don't get me wrong that those are very important too. But at the end of the day, I see cannabis as a social drug, and it's about people connecting again. And this is another example of that. If Zach was not willing to basically see under the hood, it probably would not have been as successful, and we would probably not think about his brand and his products the same way. There's a vested interest in our, not only because we have the exclusive, but we actually, I think I can speak for all of us. We give a shit about what happens to that brand and what happens to them. We care about their margins as well. And we want them to grow and survive. And we understand we're growing with them. So it's a mutual relationship. Yeah.
Totally. And Marcus, you'll like it even better because the whole thing started with a solventless rosin jar. Zach's first entry into market was live rosin only. He dropped an El Chapo, I think it was, that was just so gassy. Like you open this jar, and even if it was cold, it was still loud, and it was everybody got the head snap on it, and the head snap on a rosin jar in the legal world at that time 2 years ago was kind of rare. And so it was exciting. And yeah, we all pursued Zach because we knew if you could make rosin, poop in, poop out, fire in, fire out. If you could make that kind of rosin, it meant that your starting material was fucking amazing. And it really was. And, that's kind of the thing that drove us all three together was we wanted his flower for our stores, but he was exporting it. Like, standing orders. He didn't even have to talk to us if he didn't want to. It's a really cool kind of story. That's a lot of fun actually.
Yeah, one of the things I see for the stores, there's these subtle things that they disconnected from in the rules that would make sure that it didn't grow as fast as it possibly could grow. And the main one that I see, the real destroyer, is the lounges. Every one of your stores should have a lounge right next door to it or above it or wherever it can be. And if you don't have that situation, you want to figure that situation out because selling someone something is amazing. But creating a setting where they can enjoy it and providing them like good food and like a good environment, I can tell you because I had one of the first vapor lounges in Vancouver back in 2003, called the Melting Point on Commercial Drive. And it didn't make sense at the time because I couldn't sell weed. That's why Dom and what's her name there? They moved right across the street from me and started Decine on Commercial Drive.
Carol.
Because I basically had moved away from the pot block. I was like, you know what? I want to do a cannabis store, but I don't want all my employees to get all my customers to get their cars broken into. I was like, I'll go over to Commercial Drive. It's a little bit more mellow than like, the Hastings area. And but I wasn't able to sell weed. all I was able to do was create an environment where people could come and use their weed. And it was amazing. The regulars that were created through that, the loyalty, the people that would just come back time and time again. I had a raw food, organic, vegan cafe in there. So we made really good food. And that's where Woody Harrelson used to come and visit us all the time. And a local musician, Biff Naked, she was like a regular in there, another vegan. So we had some cool people that would come and kind of call it home. And I just think that, that's where you get them. Like when you have that space, if you go to Amsterdam and you look at any of the greenhouses, how Ariane created that success was through this really cool, hip environment that it's like, not only can I go buy Super Silver Haze, I can fucking smoke it right here while I drink a Pear Lusa. I'm in. And so we need that in Canada desperately. I think we're missing a big part of like selling someone something so awesome that they go away and do it somewhere else. Where if you could be in control of the setting and the set, that whole environment while those people are doing that, now you're even not only curating a menu, you're creating the experience that the menu gives you. And I think that is what I would be fighting for as hard as possible if I owned a store, especially craft greenery, because you guys have a space literally right next door.
Yeah, it might be something in the works. Absolutely.
Oh my God, dude. I mean, listen, book club is already defined and shown. If they wanted to run that as a business, they did for a while, and companies paid them sponsorships, and it was a private venue, and this, that, and the other thing. And you can do it like Spain, where you make it a private club, so it's not public. But in reality, it should be lobbied for and fought for. You kind of probably, it's going to be a hard set unless you open a private, like cigar type club to ever have smoke indoors. Vancouver's just mental for that. Maybe you could have a special room, but I don't know. I think dabbing and vaping and beverages and gummies could, possibly be the thing, but maybe a rooftop patio for someone, and then you can have joints. I don't know, but I think we desperately need lounges.
Yeah, it's just going to help amplify that experience for the customer. And especially now in Vancouver, where everybody's getting forced into condos and they can't vape, they can't smoke on the property. I had one guy, we're just here, Kingsway Boundary. He moved into the new building. Well, it's a newer towers on Kingsway and Boundary there. Came in to grab a pre-roll, literally just moved in that day. Came in the next morning and was like, I went out on my balcony. I took a rip from my bong. I went back inside. I went to bed. I got up in the morning. There was a note under my door already saying like you can't smoke in the building. And he was like, literally, like, do they got cameras, sensors? Like, what's the deal? So people are forced to find somewhere to consume. And you're outside in Vancouver here, it's shitty, cold, rainy. I mean, that's not really adding to a pleasant cannabis experience. But if you can sit somewhere nicely and have a conversation and have a
You can
snack.
educate on such a higher level when you have a lounge and a space, and people are now not just in your store buying and trying to get out. You can really bring them to a different place, and they need a place to go. We don't have anywhere to go. You can consume alcohol in 10,000 different places, but you can't consume cannabis other than being on the street. And then I feel bad. It's like, oh, there's like maybe a kid over there. I don't want to like be blowing my dab over that way. I want to be having an adult place where I can go and get nice food. And I'm telling you, that will change the influence on how people buy products, because they'll go in there with their pre-rolled joints that they buy all the time, and someone's going to come in with some heady shit and be like, oh, you should try this. And they're just going to be like, oh my God, like if I didn't take a puff out of this one and then just didn't take a puff out of that one, I would have never known the difference. And that's what I saw when Mark had Hemp BC and Blunt Brothers and these sort of small places that allowed people to come and exist and meet each other, from traveling. Often they weren't all from BC, they were from all over the place. And to be able to enjoy cannabis together, now all of a sudden they're educating each other. It's not your job anymore. You've educated the guy that's come in and bought the heady flower, but now he's at the table educating the people from North Carolina that just came in with the peach rings joint, and he's begging them not to light it because he can smell it just from the container opening, and he's over there to do God's work in a hurry.
Yeah. The peach rings, it made it back in again.
Yeah, to be fair, we're talking about the peach rings general mission, not the strain. To
I
talk
can't.
to
Which came first? Which
Yeah.
came first?
The strain, I hope.
I hope so too,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I would never name a cultivar peach rings after that, after smelling or experiencing that joint. I'd be like, we need to move ourselves away from this as far as possible. Although,
Maybe.
who knows? Maybe end up selling a ton of it to people that are like hoping for that peach rings joint.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh my God.
Organic version.
Do you think that maybe it's there's too much of a dissociation between like the experience part of the cannabis journey or the whole that the feeling part? Because to me it's three-quarters of the whole experience, the high itself, and there seems to be like still like a de-emphasis on that part of it. And I think part of it was
Because
probably,
we're not allowed to share that part.
yeah, but I think that there's, ways to do so compliantly. And I think that's the mark of anybody that's legacy, finding the ways to the workarounds and living in the gray. But I think that is almost another hindrance because I know for me, my early days, I cared less about the upfront, the look, the smell. I cared more about just like what the high did.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until actually I still remember I went to Berkeley Patients Care Collective in Berkeley. I got a super silver haze and a Cali mist. I had them side by side. I was able to kind of smell and all the differences and stuff, but it was the smoke and the high that was clearly distinct that opened my eyes and it got me interested in like, okay, well, what else is there behind this? I thought it was just a one-dimensional kind of experience.
Mhm.
I think the emphasis on the smell, the look, is important, but I think only important in the sense that it's supposed to give you some sort of indication of what that high experience is going to be like.
Well, it's how
Yet,
well tuned is your olfactory, right? Because it's like when you see something in your mouth waters, that's literally your body and your mind and your soul telling you, I
Those-
like this.
mhm, mhm.
And so and that's the other thing of a lounge. If we could actually have other flavors in the air, people might be smoking theirs going, holy shit, do you smell that? What's that? I gotta go ask the guy. I gotta find out. And suddenly it's like it's just going to expand your sales by a 20-fold. Having people be able to be in your space, and in Canada, I know it's never going to be probably for a very long time in one space, but we can get away with the flower and extracts sold in this building, and right next door is the lounge where you can actually enjoy it. And to be honest, I'm blown away more stores didn't do it when Book Club did it and pulled it off. When they pulled that off, I was like, okay, so why isn't like I told David Bellringer, who owns Happy Isle he owns the whole building. So he owns all the apartment upstairs. I'm like, dude, why are you renting that apartment out when you could just make it like a really cool private like club where it's like Horseshoe Bay is the ferries. Like imagine having a place to go on a rainy day where you could just go and smoke a joint inside in Horseshoe Bay. I'm like, dude, this is a no-brainer. And he was like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll just rent it to my manager. And I was just like, dude, if I had a store right now, I would be looking in any way, shape, or form to figure out how to do one of these private style clubs. I also, when I had my lounge, I had Health Canada come to my lounge and they said, you can't have people doing this indoors. It goes against the smoke laws. I said, I bet you it doesn't. I gave them a volcano. Cost me like $1,400 at the time. I gave them a volcano and I said, you take this to your scientists and to your labs and you test the material. We're operating at around a 450-degree Fahrenheit, nothing higher. Let us know if you find anything. And they never came back ever once. So we can definitely get away in Vancouver with vaporizing. Burning, very different scenario. Might have to pull like a very specific room, which those rooms are never good. They're never enjoyable. Those smoking rooms, to me, it would have to be an outside thing or whatnot. But just being able to have people be able to sit down together, show each other the things they bought, roll a joint and go outside and smoke it, or take a dab or hit a vaporizer, to me is I think it's what we're waiting for. I think it's the big thing we're waiting for. It's not that's going to be the breakthrough. Like that will increase your numbers in a way that I don't think anything has yet to date on that level. And that's just and it doesn't have to be big. You don't even have to have a big space.
Yeah.
You could do it with a very small space.
And even just like not even from the consumer point of view, but having places like book club, getting a chance to meet the producers and the growers
Dude.
in that environment, smoke a joint
Dude,
with
the
them, like
business perspective of it, renting it out to companies like Sweet Justice and whoever to do these events and stuff was a no-brainer. I honestly, when I saw it, I thought, holy fuck, is this a smart, good idea? And I literally thought we were going to have 100 of them like in 6 months, and nobody moved on it. I was kind of like, okay, like
No,
fuck,
we
people
got
are overextended.
There's a
we got
couple.
no no we got two more coming online. We've
Yeah, but
got
that's not 100, and coming online isn't now. So I'm just saying, like, book club's been operational for years and
Yeah.
it's been crushing it. And he does it in a building that he sells weed out of legally. So he figured it out. Like that is unbelievable to me. I implore all of you, figure that out. Create a, maybe it's a collective. Maybe it's a space that's between your stores, kind of equally, and that you guys have a play on that, because having a place where people can come and enjoy the products that you sell them is everything. Because now you have a place that you can invite your growers to. Oh, you like that? Well, that grower and that whole team, they're coming here tomorrow. They're going to be here from 1 to 3, and they got flavors, and they're going to be doing a little presentation. And they're like, for me, what I always wanted, I wanted Bubble Man's World. That was my, it was called Melting Point originally, but I thought if I could get my own lounges and just turn it into Bubble Man's World. Well, what's Bubble Man's World? Well, it's like maybe on Sundays we're filming Hash Church out of the place. Maybe it's got. I always thought when it came to cannabis that I wanted to offer people the most exceptional food. Just like really delicious food that's like of high quality and caliber. Like, so you're selling the best weed, but now you're going to give me a Snickers bar and a Coke. That's the mentality we're working under right now. Like, for some reason, you're just obsessed with the best weed, but everything else can be the worst. I wanted to create a space where it was like, what if we curated an experience beyond the flower and the extracts, but it was also into the tools that were used. I had a giant table I called the inhalation station of vaporization, and I had like 6 or 7 vaporizers on this thing. This was in 2003, right? Like 23 years ago. And yeah, we crushed it. We rocked it out. We had a blast. I told the police, because the police would come in and they'd be like, "Oh, wait, you just let people use cannabis in here?" I said, "Well, listen, people in Canada have medical exemptions, and in Canada, it's illegal to ask someone about their medical status. So I can't ask people if they have a medical status to use cannabis because it goes against our laws, and they're vaporizing it, so it doesn't go against the smoking laws of Vancouver. So I'm not doing anything wrong." And they were just fucking flabbergasted with me. They were just not. The one cop came in so many times. She came in one day and she said, I know you have a grow here. I just know it. And I said, what? She said, I think you have a grow here. So I walked her through the entire building. And at that point, I had all 3 floors. I had the downstairs, the main floor, and the apartments upstairs. And so I walked them. At the end, I walked her by this one door in the corner that was like a 3 foot by 3 foot
Supply.
closet, and what I kept in this closet was crystals. And because when I was going to do advertising for my store, I thought, why don't I just buy like 30 grand worth of crystals, and that'll be my advertising. I'll just give people crystals, and I'll have crystals on display, and it'll just be this really cool piezoelectric morphogenetic resonance area that I create. And so at the end, she's like, well, what about this room? Is that where the grow is? I noticed it's the one door you wouldn't open. So I opened it, and I said, these are my crystals. And she's just like, this is like a like hardcore, like lesbian police officer, anti-weed, so upset with me. And when I gave her this crystal, she lit up. She just lit up. And all of a sudden we were friends. And I know we were friends because the next day she showed up at night. We had a gallery opening with Marble Slinger in the Degenerate Art Show. And she showed up with her girlfriend. And she was showing her girlfriend around and being like, hey, check this out. And oh, these are where the crystals are over here.
The
In
layout.
a totally different way. So, I would love to see one day a Bubble Man's World where I have that food and I have that, that space. But I would implore each and every one of you to look into that as well, because you all are unique and different. And one of the things I thought was cool about vapor lounges was that you could have like the Sporto Vapor Lounge where it's all sports and yeah, I'm gonna go watch my hockey and my football. Or you can have like the heady, like super hippie version, or you can have the super new wave, Apple-y kind of. Let's just do it all and see what people like.
We did a thing called Operation Charm and Disarm back in the day when I was opening up a dispensary in Nevada, in Incline Village, Nevada, and people were like, "Holy fucking shit!" Literally, they created two separate agencies or organizations that were anti what we were doing. Okay, so one of the things that we did was we came up with Operation Charm and Disarm. Invite the public in, show them what you're doing. Don't be so like underground and afraid. Come out of the closet, so to say, and engage your police. I have a framed picture of my grow originally from the police saying, "Okay, you're licensed to grow. Here you go," signed by the sheriff. And I was like, "Fuck yeah, that's really fucking cool to have on my wall." But when you engage with them, guess who was one of the first people in our dispensary? The local people who were the anti-organizations. We had brought them in, showed them exactly what we were doing, and they realized, oh shit, this isn't some crazy drug den. This isn't a bunch of crazy shit going on. It's just humans getting together and hanging out, and it's not a problem. And when you do that, yeah, like I said, the first day there for sales, those two organizations, their leaders were there to purchase cannabis. Okay, so that's how effective you can be when you don't hide and when you engage them. Because if you're not doing anything illegal and you've skirted, the system and they're coming through, then there's no reason to hide anymore. I mean, if anything, show your pride, show your community, and your community will respond, right, Marcus? I mean, your community responded in kind, right?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely came and hung out and enjoyed it. It was just an anomaly. It was way before its time, which kind of sucked. But I really think that it's now past its time and it needs to happen. And people need to have these private clubs. It makes no sense. And then just flip them into a legal lounge eventually. But the private club is nice because you can kind of do what you want. I mean, they're smoking. That Van Gyptian guy would literally start a house fire at book club, like a house fire. I'd look over and it would just be this crazy billowing black smoke off of this, like, I don't even know what the fuck it was. Like, I put 28 grams of bubble hash and I put like 14 grams of flour and I put 7 grams of oil, and I'm just like, oh my God, dude. Like I was okay, let me start with this. If you do a lounge, please appreciate the people who are in the lounge and make sure that you have, or a private club, for instance. A lot of us are growers. We know how to remove air from a room. It's not a difficult thing. If I had one gripe with book club, it was that they never got that right. I saw them try a few times. They sure got a lot right, so no critique here. I loved the early days of book club. It quickly turned into something that I was like, "Oh, I don't think I'm going to go here as much anymore." But in the first year, I went quite a bit of times and I thought it was a really just good, cool concept that Vancouver was desperate for, needing more of. I really thought we were going to see another 50 of them and have the private clubs and just,
Why do you think
hopefully
you
it
didn't?
happens. Well, because there's now so many things to do. I'll tell you one thing. If there's just so people are diluted, they're already everyone's doing something, and the somethings that we're doing are costing 10 times more than they used to, and we're all making half of what we used to. So I think that has a lot to do with why, back in the day, a lounge would have been like, oh, you're doing a lounge? Oh, so you're like just selling packs on the side and this is how you're laundering your money? It's like, yeah, basically. It's like a lounge was just like you just had money to burn. Like, I'm going to just do a lounge. Now, I don't know if people see. First of all, it makes no sense if you don't have a store because you got to get the sales. You got to get the sales. So even if you don't have a store, if you open next to a store, which I'm sure that's going to happen, that's pretty slick. Open a lounge next to the BC cannabis store. Just be like, yeah, here, we got a lounge. Come check it out. Like
Yeah.
I
grab
have a
every
question for
single one of their
ATN.
customers. Go ahead, Mark.
ATN, when they showed up, were you wearing that shirt?
What? No. No.
Look at that shirt. Oh my God. That
Dude,
is
everything
the,
about that shirt tells me I like Etienne.
Yeah.
yes, it's a baller shirt. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the shirts that Paige at Fish wears.
There you
Paige
go.
usually wears very colorful shirts like that. Happy New Year to you, my brother Etienne.
And happy new year to you and all of you wonderful hash and cannabis absorbing people. And yeah, love the conversation here. Sorry I was a little late. I'm still in Maui, so it's 2 hours behind. So
Ah,
it's early
that's
as
why he's wearing the shirt. He's in
Yeah.
Maui.
Nice.
I got whales jumping out here. I literally have seen 11 turtles come out right in front of where I'm staying and lay eggs. So, I mean, it's been incredible. I didn't know this, but turtles go back to where they're born. They literally get an imprint when they're born of where they are or where they were in the world. And literally every day we've watched turtles come up and, exhaust themselves, go to sleep, and then when it's dark, call all the way up, lay their eggs, and then go back into the ocean, and the cycle of life continues. It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It's
I want to
awesome.
just take a second to pay respect to Tien to for being on the podcast with us. I mean, here we are, just four retailers, and then on the courts and stuff, and all of a sudden Michael Jordan steps on the court. So this is pretty awesome. I had
I
no idea that you were going to be part of it.
I put my pants on the same way you do, one leg at a time. And I pack
Wow.
my bowl, one hash bowl at a time. So no, it's all good. Look, I'm a retailer too, so
Yeah.
I have been fascinated by this as well as, we were an illegal club originally that we had on-site consumption and we had volcanoes set up so that people could use and they would come in, exchange an ID,
Yeah.
and they could sit down and use. And people enjoyed that. Mostly importantly, it was important because federal housing you can't smoke or vaporize in. So a lot of people who live in federal housing need a place to go and to hang out so that they don't literally get kicked out of their housing.
Hmm.
So we were always willing to do that. But another thing you got to watch out for when you have on-site consumption is people pass out.
Yeah.
And that's a reality that has happened. And dating back to 99, if you what we call bounced, right? You passed out, you would call 911. That's it. You got to deal with the situation and the recording. But another thing that we came up with was a contraindication form. Not everybody vibes with cannabis well. Sometimes people have medications. We had people literally come from surgery at a hospital and medicate, okay? Because it was their medical cannabis, but the guy passed out. He was having severe pain, situation. So at that point, you have to realize these are very serious and there's a lot of responsibility that comes with on-site consumption. So a lot of people have come up with waivers, just to protect them and the patients themselves from, you know, I've literally had people who have had, are multiple personality people with schizophrenia, literally stop taking their medication, react, smash a bong, and literally went after to stab a guy because she thought it was her rapist. It
Sounds like
wasn't.
alcohol.
But this is mental illness,
Yeah.
No, I know, but mentally ill people go and drink alcohol too and do
no,
the
no, they
same
did
thing.
too, but she was sitting in the lounge from when we opened and smoking cannabis.
Mm.
And so, I mean, we did not see or smell anything on her. And another time we had another guy go 5150, yell, freak out, and then he literally went right out front and sat in the lotus position until the psychiatrist came. So you
I
have to
got lucky
realize.
because I ran one for 3 years and I never had anyone pass out or lose their shit or do anything. But we weren't dabbing, we were just vaporizing. And it
Right.
wasn't it
Well,
wasn't as
dabbing wasn't
hardcore.
really around early on, so it was really
No.
just vaporizing and smoking joints. But
Yeah.
even a volcano can be strong to somebody who has a low tolerance and gives them a level of high that they're not used to. And it can go from zero to uncomfortable, or as stated, they can get too high and pass out.
I definitely
We've all
knocked
done
out
dabs and got the
hundreds.
wah-wahs, right?
Yeah, I've definitely knocked out hundreds with bubble over the years, early days more so, but I never had that problem at the store. So that's a very good point. At the lounge, you
Well,
definitely
well,
have a
because
big
then you have to
responsibility.
realize when you call 911, at least in America, if paramedics or fire departments see a crime ongoing, they have to turn it over to the police. So the thing
Mm.
that we always had to do was we had to shut down the bar. We'd let everybody know out front, hey, the fire department and the paramedics are going to be here within 2 minutes. So if you need to leave, leave. Please put out whatever you're smoking. And then literally, as I'm saying that, you would hear the sirens getting closer and closer. And we would have to cover the displays. We would have to cover anything that was, illegal in their eyes. And then they would come in, do their assessment, take the person, and then usually within 5 minutes, move them on, and then back to, reality. But
Dude,
that's
the firemen are cool in Canada. Like they're the last ones to rat you out. That's why they're allowed to put stickers on their cars that tell you they're a firefighter. I asked my brother-in-law who's a cop, I said, why don't you guys have like stickers that say you're a cop? And he's like, dude, they would vandalize our cars so bad. I said, well, isn't that an interesting social sort of,
Perception.
like the difference between firemen and policemen? Like, fuck, if a fireman came, you were fine. If the
Well, the war
police
on drugs
came,
here has
oof.
permeated so bad they want everybody to rat on each other.
Yeah,
Remember,
of
Dare
course.
was to turn in your parents, right? And so, here are, the fire department and them, if they go into a place and see a crime, they have to turn it over. And that's fucked up situation. I wish we were more like Canada in that resolve and respectful of our people. But our war on drugs is so draconian that we have permeated every part of our lifestyles to, get people to surrender or turn people over. It's that pathetic.
Fucking rough, dude. That's rough. Well, I'm glad to say that it's getting better because it has to be. It's definitely gotten better here in Canada. I don't hear too many people going to prison for cannabis, which is very good. It'd be nice to hear that for the US as well, because I can't imagine what the numbers still are for the US. Like people are still getting busted in places for joints and little bags of weed and
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are.
It's,
They are.
that's
It
fucked
depends
up.
really. It really depends where you are, and again, that whole divide that exists in the U.S. around hemp derived versus like some states don't have any regulation on the hemp at all. But yeah, if you're caught with high THC, type 1 cannabis, you're fucked. But you can go and get a HHC pen on the way to your going to jail at the gas station. Yeah.
All right, you
So
asked. So, according to FBI crime data, there were at least 204,036 marijuana-related arrests in 2024. Early FBI show 217,000 for 223. So, about 225,000 people are still getting fucked with here in the States on average.
And is that like what was it during the peak of the war on drugs? Like,
Oh, 108, all closer to a million, it
okay,
was. Yeah.
holy
So, I mean, it's
shit.
gotten better. I mean, we have knocked it down. Dare's gone, but we still have lots of work to do, people. That's what it
Yeah.
shows us, right? Because there's,
200,000 people.
yeah,
yeah.
and certain jurisdictions, the DAs will not, like in Los Angeles. You're not going to get pursued unless you're doing really, really large scale stuff where now the feds get involved because of taxes, like you're skirting taxes and shit like that. I
Yeah.
mean, that's if you draw unnecessary attention to you like that, then yeah, you can certainly get in a lot of trouble.
That
But if you're just
200
talking about the guy who's like walking down the street smoking a joint, is
yeah.
that guy going to get arrested? It really depends on what zip code.
Well, apparently 92% of the arrests in 2024 were simple possession.
Yeah.
92% of the 204,000, which is good. At least it's not like all growers.
But it's still an unacceptable number
Yeah, it'd
societally
be
100%
that we
unacceptable.
should.
it'd be interesting to understand what fraction of that were traffic stops, like
Yeah.
like versus just like some dude walking down the street with a bag of weed in his pocket.
Or how many go to jail for it?
Yeah, you probably don't go to jail. I don't know. Maybe you do. I don't know.
No, I see people. I watch live PD all the time, which is they basically they run this live PD, which is cops, 50 different cops all around the United States, and they literally are filming them. And I watch it all the time because I love to study about what they're doing, how they pull people over. And they're pulling people and smelling pot, South Carolina, North Carolina, all these places where there's absolutely no laws. And yep, they're taking them to jail just on the
Right.
simple possession charges because, there is absolutely no medical defense in any way, shape, or form. So, I mean, I wish people in these southern states and Kansas and others would wake the fuck up and really get involved. But apparently, they like getting arrested. They enjoy getting fucked with. They like it so much that they want to keep it going on a daily basis. So, you're tolerating it. So stop tolerating it and do something about it.
Yeah, well, the things you tolerate define how people treat you.
Yeah.
That's why they're treated like slaves and they're treated like second-class citizens. And currently, there's actually the Supreme Court this week finally agreed to hear the case regarding Second Amendment and cannabis. So that's a whole other discussion, but that will happen the first week of March. March 2nd has been scheduled for the Supreme Court. So, and I would anticipate them to overturn it. I think that the Second Amendment will win its right overall. But dispensary owners like myself, we can't own guns. That adds another 5 to 10 years to your reality. So don't fuck around and find out, people. Talk to your lawyers. Don't be dumb.
We don't have
So
that many guns up here.
what's the basis of that case, ATN? Like, so someone got in trouble for smoking cannabis, and they also were a gun owner. Like,
There's multiple cases. I believe it was a positive urinalysis. Another one had to do with the application process, right? Because the problem in the United States is the application, right? You have to state that you're not using anything illegal, Schedule 1 drug, et cetera, et cetera. So that will change a few years from now when Schedule 3 finally arrives. But until that time, yeah, like I said, there's extra draconian laws regarding cannabis and gun ownership. And it's actually 3 to 4 different cases, but this particular case is one that I can see the federalism. I'm not sure which particular case. So give me a second, Doc, and I'll look that up and I'll get right back to you.
The fact that there's multiple is scary for sure. But yeah, what I was saying is I don't think we're too worried about guns up in Canada. I don't know if we're allowed to have them or not allowed to have them. I just don't have them.
Yeah, neither do I. I was just wondering. I think there was a case in Pennsylvania where the cop pulled a guy over. I don't know if it was a guy or a girl. I assume it was a guy, a white guy, right? And yeah, he had weed and he had a gun on him. And I think that might be one of the cases. That's why I was asking about it. But I think the interesting aspect about that is I believe that in case precedents now, and tell me if I'm wrong, ATN, the smell of fresh cannabis is no longer a gives the cop the right to search the car. It used to be
Depends
like
on where.
if the
They
cop
can still in certain states. Yes.
in certain states. Okay, so that's not
Mhm.
across the country.
Right. In states where it's legal, like in Canada and Pennsylvania, they've already stopped training the dogs to even stop smelling cannabis. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They've gone that far. So when you
You
go
got to
to
go
airport,
federal to get it in all the
correct,
states.
Yeah.
correct.
Right. Now, smelling smoked cannabis would indicate that they were actually consuming in the vehicle, and that changes things, right? From what I
Yeah,
understand.
that's consumption, then that becomes a DUI, right?
That becomes a
So
DUI,
yeah,
right? Which
so
totally
here it is.
fucks
So
that person's life up for a long
right.
time.
The case before the Supreme Court is United States versus Hermani. It challenges the constitutional of the federal statute 18 USC 922G3 that prohibits gun possession from anyone who is unlawful user or addicted to any controlled substance, including marijuana. The defendant is Ali Daniel Hermani, a man from Texas. During an FBI
Texas.
search of his home, agents found a handgun along with marijuana and a small amount of cocaine. Hermani admitted to using both marijuana and cocaine and was indicted for violating the federal gun possession ban. In the lower courts, the magistrate judge dismissed the indictment, finding the federal ban conflicted with the Supreme Court's Second Amendment framework from the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin in 2022. U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit affirmed and that dismissal, agreeing that applying the ban to Hermani's situation might be constitutional under current Second Amendment standards. The Supreme Court granted review on this question, which broadly bars people from using illegal drugs, including marijuana, from possessing firearms, which violates the Second Amendment. The court is expected to hear arguments March 2026 and issue a decision subsequently. The outcome will determine whether the federal prohibition on gun ownership for marijuana uses is constitutional under the Second Amendment, especially in light of recent Supreme Court rulings that emphasize historical traditions in evaluating firearm regulations. And so that's why, from the previous thing, I have a feeling it will be overturned. Sorry to be so long-winded there. Bubble Man, you're muted.
Yes, I know. I was speaking with my wife off camera about some
Hi,
things.
Mrs. Bubble Man.
Hi, Mrs. Bubble Man from Etienne. Hello.
We love you.
We call her Bubble Mom, don't we?
Bubble Mom.
Yeah,
Bubble
you can
Mom.
call her Bubble Mama.
Yeah.
Well, there's Bubble Mon, and then there's Bubble Mom.
Yes, that's true. And often when I try to write Bubble Mon, it autocorrects to Bubble Mom. So there it is in a nutshell. What's everyone puffing on? This would give you guys a good opportunity to showcase something that you're quite stoked on at the store right now. Something from the collective, from the craft. Dr. Mark with the baller jar.
I had a little rip of the Brindle's
What's up,
Farms, their new Black Maple 22.
Okay, I think you smoked that with me before.
Yeah.
Does it taste like maple?
It's a little sweeter kind of coming through on this one, but not super mapley, no. That's a hard one to pull through, I think.
I'm gonna do this garlic che watermelon gas thing. This just smells like straight GMO.
Oh, nice.
I went and visited Fletch up on his spot up on
Hell
Haliaka.
yeah.
And he's got a beautiful spot, man. 25 acres. He literally
surprise.
bought it from the DEA agent on the island, which is the first fucking helicopter pilot on the fucking island, dude. It's fucking chef's kiss good that he got it from him. But yeah, hung out with him, smoked some great weed, and hung out, and yeah, it was a wonderful time. Love you, Fletch. Miss you, bud. Hope you're having a great New Year. His birthday was on December 31st, so
That's
happy
right.
birthday as well, Fletch. And his mom and sister were visiting, so that was cool.
Oh, very cool.
Fletch.
Yeah.
I hear that name reminds me of that show with movie with Chevy Chase and
Chevy Chase, yeah.
Was
Fletcher or Fletch? It was Fletch.
Yeah,
Fletch.
that was a good one.
Straight Fletch.
Yeah.
Got the new papaya from Sauce Frozen Labs.
Oh, I knew someone was gonna have the sauce.
Yeah.
I
How
am
you liking that
so-
one?
Yeah.
How's
I
that
think
tasting?
I think this one might be my favorite one yet. Like Wilson was nice, but this one's got a little bit more punch to it too. I like this one.
Nice.
All right.
Listen, I've got
Green was always smoking something good over there. What do you got, Matt?
I got the Lemon Royale from Slurm. I love this one. It's such an interesting cross. It's great.
A lot of
Yeah,
lemon in that.
I was talking to a customer about that lemon round. They were saying that it's their nighttime one for them. It just really just relaxes them and puts them out.
It's the same
Yeah,
for me too.
And it's really high in CBG, which is pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
So I find for me before bed, there's like certain ones that are just heavy, and then certain ones I'm like, just calms my brain. I'm like, that's enough to get me to bed. I don't need something to couch lock me. That's what I found with that Lemon Royale too.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it'd be less mercy check on that one. You would think so, less of the fog probably.
I enjoy it.
I'm the odd man out. I don't have any rosin on me, but I will point out this one, which from Salt Spring. I don't know if you can see it.
You got to keep it in front of you,
Yeah.
like in front of your body. Yeah, exactly. Because you
That
got your blur
Telegella?
screen on. Yeah, it's perfect.
I would love to
Telegella.
see. Yeah, I would love to see this actually squished. But I'm super impressed by this flower, and more so how tight their supply chain is from getting from packaging to shelf. They're really impressive, and just really like this entry.
Yeah,
Hey,
Matt, that's all you're doing, Matt. You've done a lot of work with Mad
Yeah.
Giants. in that
Yeah, what the
round.
hell
Dennis,
happened?
yeah, Dennis, we just launched. Thank you for the cue. We just launched little vape pens, live resin disposable 1 gram vape pens. So, we're working, we're working with Josh and a company called Common Roots Extracts, which is a great guy named Praveen, and we're working with them on some options, but the first entry into market is these disposable 1 gram hippie headbanger pens, because frankly they're the thing that will sell
Yeah.
before we can we can move into jars. But you believe me, everyone, we are working towards having solventless jars from Salt Spring Magic, but it's in the future.
That's pretty sick. That'd be awesome.
That would be dope.
Absolutely.
So you guys all showed rosin, except Dennis showed flower. What are your favorite flowers that are on the Canadian market right now? Just to, pick one or two.
I'm a big fan right now of the latest drop of cool grapes that we got from Island Genetics. I mean, the first one was a very minty and mentholy, and it was beautifully grown, but wasn't my exact favorite flavor profile. But this one's a lot more gassy, and it's just there's just something about that bud, just from the time you crack the bag, busting it up, it's cured perfectly, smokes great right to the last puff. Like it makes it that nice, enjoyable experience for cannabis rather than just trying to jump to the high.
And how are you puffing it in a joint?
Joint for me, I honestly, until I found rosin and the Puffcos, I thought I would never give up joints. I tried vaporizers every now and then, but I've always just loved a joint. There's something very ritual and calming about just rolling the joint, smoking the joint for me.
And a joint for you, are you rolling half grammars, or do you get like
What
two, like
what I'm finding now is like I've gone from smoking 5, 6 times throughout the day. I'm gonna roll up a nice 1.5 to 2 grammer and just kind of sit there and really relax while I'm cooking, standing at the stove, just something to
sip
more,
on it?
yeah, more of like a cigar experience instead
And
of
are
just.
and are you a filter guy? Are you puffing
I've
that
just
raw?
learned to be, man. It took me a long time. I grew up in Mission, so like for us, always growing up, it was always, I don't know, it's just like you
Dude, I
get.
haven't smoked joints in 26 years, so I don't use filters at all. I'm just sucking on
I,
that thing
I had
raw.
to
People are like, what the fuck?
had to completely learn how to re-roll in the last year, man.
All right.
Like
Well, I appreciate it. I'd love for the rest of you guys to answer the same kind of questions. I want to know what flower, but I also want to know kind of how you smoke it, and if it's in a joint, like describe your joint size, filter, etc.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've been dipping back into some of Amani's gastropop, especially with that new 14 gram drop. That one's definitely been really solid, and also that Hella Jella that Dennis held up there from Magi. That's been a really nice sativa, real just candy kind of bit of a gassy profile. For me, when I get lazy, sometimes I'll just jam a big bong hoot, but mostly, yeah, I just like to roll a nice big joint, nice big, couple grams, big fat filter on there. Always got to have enough flour in there so you overpower the paper and get that nice flavorful experience. But again, it's just sitting down, that little ritual, grinding, rolling, winding down the end of the day and just having a little puff and just chilling.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's so different. I can tell you, for someone that hasn't smoked it in 26 years and then just to have smoked a few recently, the whole like, I don't know, dabs, no matter what, aren't the same. And like, oh, let's go over there and do this. Let's say, yeah, you can bring it all and do it. But the puffing of a joint and going somewhere and being like, let's just go stand over here and look out at this view and sit on this bench, or, like it is a real thing. So you're still puffing nugs right in the fucking right in the bong.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Every once in a while, for
That's
sure.
what's
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah.
That's
Finding
what's
like
up.
a lot of the fans that I grew up with that I'm the closest with still are the ones that like every night everybody went into their different directions in the world, but 6 p.m. we're meeting up, we're gonna cruise around. There's 3 guys, that's gonna be 3 doobies, and we would just drive, and then that's it. You come back, and like even with a couple of them that don't really burn anymore, it's just we were together for those formative years, day in, day out.
Yeah.
Like it's just something very social and connecting about passing that joint around.
I agree. I think the only part I won't join in on is the passing of it around. I think I like the independent. I think I'm at an age where I'll never forget this Rasta guy telling me years ago in Jamaica. He's like, I don't share my woman, my cup, or my spliff. And I was like, damn, I can get behind that. Like, I think those are personal things.
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know and the Wook flu is real. It's like, it's real, bro. Like, just sharing even a Puffco is one thing, but a Puffco will never be as wet and nasty as the end of a fucking end of the line joint that's been passed around by 20 people, and you're just like, would I tongue kiss all these people? Like, I don't think I would. Like, but here I am just putting this wet dripping roach into my mouth. Okay, well, I'd love to hear from Matt or Dennis.
Matt, want to go?
Okay, well, I really like there's two flowers that I particularly are really enjoying right now. I really well three in fairness. The Timmy's OG Shark from Salt Spring Magic is like a staple in our shop and a staple in my stash. Divine Intervention, which is a Congo cross from Sweetgrass, is super awesome. And then also their newest drop, which is the Triangle Queen. That Triangle Queen is a pretty unique flower. It's got a really nice flavor on it. It's kind of got like a orange cream to it, which is kind of really rare. There's only been about 3 or 4 drops in the legal market that have had that. So it's really cool to have it on mass. It's only available in 14 grams, which is cool. And I will consume in joint mainly. Like I have a Volcano and a Crafty, but I like to sit on my patio with my rocking chair in my front porch and I smoke a nice fat joint. And sometimes I'll have a nice beverage with it. And it's just a nice way to unwind after a busy day at the shop. So it's actually one of my favorite things to do, and I look forward to it. It's just a bit cold, I don't like sitting outside in the cold right now.
Yeah, no, I
That's
feel
all.
that. I think cannabis is forever to be the outside. It's like you got to go outside and do that. Like I can't even imagine. Like I'll take dabs in my house all day long, but I just could not imagine just like lighting up a joint in my house. Would be,
And a joint at the beach, like, I'm very blessed. I live near the beach, so that's one of my favorite things is to go down to the beach with my dog and throw a frisbee for him and smoke a fat joint. And especially if I can go with my wife, it's like, I don't know, there's so much conversation that happens when passing a joint, even between 2 or 3 people, and there's so much sharing, and with your partner especially, it's quite a powerful thing. I find it gets you on the same page and you share that moment. And I don't know, I like that moment that cannabis gives us. It's really cool.
I think another big change for me from being younger is now I don't really know, most of the time I don't really want an ounce of one particular cultivar. Like I'd rather have, like, if I'm going anywhere, like I take my bag with me, there's gonna be 5 or 6 different bags in there, depending on what the vibe is, what we're doing, like, what the weather is even sometimes. Like if it's dry and gooey, like I want something that's a little bit more heavy, right? Versus something that's gonna open up my eyes and give me a nice head eye.
Yeah, or you make a little fruit salad, do your own little combo, kind of, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and just kind of roll a joint that's going to match the experience that you're looking for, right?
Yeah, I loved blending back in the day. That was part of the fun of mixologist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you ripping there, D?
Besides the
I know
Halagella,
I know you smoked that whole bag of the Triangle Queen. I didn't get to smoke any.
I swear I lost it. I lost it. I'm sure the
Yeah.
wife hoovered it up. I'm positive because it's gone. I can't find it. I only had
Good
a
weed, man. It's good
Yeah.
weed.
so it was good. It was definitely good.
dude, I love the
Oh,
term
see right there.
Hoover.
You
Oh,
slipped up. You slipped up. You said it was good. You said you lost it, and then you
Oh
said it
no,
was
I took
good.
a small nug and I tasted it. It was good. It was definitely
Uh,
good. I know Matt's on here too, so like Matt, I did smoke it. It's good.
okay, man. We recorded it. We got
Dr.
you.
Mark's got that best friend farms.
Yeah,
Very
so
nice.
so this I'm still holding on to a couple nugs of
Real
this. This
Hawaiian.
is the gas mask from Brian, our good friend Brian over at Best Friend Farms.
Okay.
But I also wanted to point out my friend, actually a mutual friend of Colin and mine's, Adam at Mendocino Grasslands. This is the Muy Especial. Muy.
Wow.
Anything that's muy is very good.
Yeah.
So
Muy,
it
muy bien,
really
muy
nice.
bien.
Very flavorful. Let's just put one
Excellent.
of these nugs up there. So
Yeah, I've
this
been
is-
puffing on Maui. I was able to go to Maui Grow and they have super silver haze. So, but it's picked a little bit early, so it's indoor. It's not as good, but this Royal Hawaiian, absolutely wonderful. I tend to I'm a joint in the morning kind of guy. I hear all y'all about the evening, and that's fine. But I will start off my day with a nice. You see my joints that I roll on here; they're big. They're a mass of, and then I put dots all inside of it and a streak of reclaim on it as well. So
You're a
it's a serious
professional.
it's a serious joint. It's not for for novices. But then the rest of the day I go into dabbing. So it's hard for me to smoke after I've started dabbing, right? I just don't get the same high, the same elevation. But to me, I don't drink coffee, so a joint in the morning is my coffee, which really helps me wake up and acclimate to the world.
Same.
Awesome.
And we got our friend Hawaii Sustainable in the chat. I don't know if you're close to him, ATN, but I know Hawaii's got, fire.
Oh yeah,
Hawaii,
yeah.
hook ATN up.
Wait, hold on. I've got the stuff from the traditional market, but that's in the freezer too. So I mean, yeah, I've been gifted, and there's all kinds of there's some great growers on the islands, right? Because you can grow your own here. So I bring seeds for my friends, right? There's no better present than beans to a grower, right? So I'm all an equal opportunity sharing beans, because then I come back and they're like, here's what I did. This is what I come up with. So always take seeds with you, ladies and gentlemen, and gift them to
Yes.
everybody that is a grower, so that, be the Johnny Hempy seed, and spread them all around, spread them thick, give them to your mom, dad, friends, brothers, everywhere. Everybody could use some seeds to grow. So overgrow everywhere.
Here's proof for Dread, who's in the chat, who doesn't believe me. He doesn't believe me.
I
So
think that's AI, isn't
there
it?
you go, dude.
Yes.
No, Marcus admitted to us
AI.
yesterday. I have a science meeting, and yesterday in our science meeting, he came in and admitted that he smoked joints, and we swore that the Earth turned. There was something fucking crazy because that he smoked a joint in 2026. Wow, the world has definitely frozen over a little bit somewhere.
Hey, now remember what our dearly departed skunk man Sam told us many episodes ago on Hash Church, right? I think Marcus, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember the story that what David was saying was that there are no native land races in Hawaii. That all of that came from NorCal. Is that right? I see you nodding, 18. I
Yeah,
remember
well,
having this
not only
discussion.
NorCal, some stuff did come from further in the Pacific. Like Michael Krawitz, he loved the stuff. As he says, he gets further into the Pacific Islands. There's a really stronger something about the equator that really makes a heavy punch to that cannabis. So yes, there are a lot of California genetics that did make it here, but definitely some from Thailand, Vietnam, and the guys
Mhm.
brought stuff, from Asia, during the wars. Because remember, this is a major stop here, right? This is the middle of the Pacific.
Right.
So going east and west, a lot of different things. I've seen Cambodian here. I've seen, all kinds of Asian land races here too. But the predominant stuff that I do see myself is Northern California,
Yeah.
or more so Dutch genetics.
So even the famous Maui Wowie, right? Didn't that originally
Well, the
come
Maui
from
grown
Cali?
has what they call a pre-72, which is the
Mhm.
closest lineage they could find to the true Maui Wowie, which was, I believe, gifted from somebody on the island who had been maintaining it. So they do have one varietal, but again, they have to produce it themselves. And here, a gram of rosin is $94, and that's with a veteran's discount.
Jesus
Damn.
Christ.
Right? Because they have to
Damn.
produce it
Why?
all themselves in small batches, and they have to do everything from the packaging on, which I still think is way too overpriced.
Jesus.
Wow, that's terrible. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm glad that it's available. I'm glad that it's available. I'm just bummed that it's so expensive that it won't be you know what? I would just with my buddies, we'd be like, all right, let's each put 20 bucks in. We'll each get 20% of what we book, point two of a gram of rosin. I would have been that guy.
Hey, Etienne, did you experience or see anything about the Budalero launch for that haze that they launched to the market?
no, it probably is small batch, so it's
Yeah, small
going,
batch.
Super
where
small batch.
yeah, things like that. Yeah, I mean, I wish, but I do not carry their stuff. It's still pretty
Dude, we
much.
could make that happen, dude. They're good
I'd
guys. They
love to
came
make
on
it
they
happen,
they came on Hash Church. Weren't
Yeah,
you
they
on
did.
the episode with us?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, happy to introduce. I'd love to get the email because, I love the exotics and the uniques because I
Dude,
was
those
able to select
pearls.
from them. When the
Yeah.
Swazi would come through and stuff like that, that's one of my favorite genetics. Hayes would come through. I'd literally buy an ounce of the pound when it would come through personally. That's how
Yeah.
important it is to my soul. You know what I'm saying? But no, I haven't seen it. But the stuff that I have seen from them has been nothing but world class and high quality all the way through. So they're on their own pedestal.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was just curious from a retailer's perspective because it's inspiring, and we've actually discussed trying to do something similar and bring something like a small batch like that to the market as well with certain entities up here in the Canada space. But yeah, that's for us, I think, a bit of a holy grail to be able to realistically bring something like that to the market and present that option or alternative to everything that's out
Yeah,
there.
Dude,
I
that is the
ideate
holy
that.
grail.
Everybody should be doing that. You should all find unique genetics for your clubs. And that's what made us so unique before 2018 is because we were buying unique small batch cultivars from, small batch farmers. And all of my patient base responded to that. And of course, unfortunately, post 64, we're all dealing in the overproduced world, so the quality is definitely taking a nosedive. So I personally, I miss it, and I hate that it's become so commercialized. But there are people like Baudelaire who are trying to really step up the quality. So it isn't about quantity, it's all about quality. And that's something I hope we see more of, because I think you'll see more of it in Canada than necessarily sometimes that we're seeing here in California like we used to, unfortunately. But that's, the laws and how they change. I mean, I wish I could, go on an app and order my cannabis and have it mailed to my door. I'm absolutely envious of that. And the veterans program that you have as well is, world class and has really shown the world on how to take care of medical patients. Now, I know it isn't a perfect system, but Canada's system is still the system that I see as the standard in the world that has continued to provide, as, we've watched Marcus and other LPs go through, the growing pains. What y'all have been able to do, I think, is still the envy of the rest of the world, in my opinion.
Well, lots more work to do. That is for sure. It is by no means done. There's lots of work to be done in regards to building this industry, especially here in Canada. It's a tough one for sure. They've made it very difficult to just if you had nothing to do with cannabis at all, but you just wanted
Survive.
to learn how to execute all these things, like it is difficult. Figuring out the taxes and all of it is just absolutely beyond confusing and ridiculous. And there's all these little places where they just put hindrances like, oh, let's hindrance here and hindrance there. And let's put a couple more little mini obstacles here. Let's put a big one right here. Let's see if they get over that one. And it's just like, holy shit. It's kind of like you look around as you get to the end of the line and you just look to see who's still standing and just go, all
Or
right,
it creates
let's
it creates ingenuities, right? It creates you to see things that other people have, right? Right. What I'm using right here, right? This is a thing called a sploofie. I found it on Amazon. But what's the great thing about it is it's a recyclable carbon filter
yeah,
that then goes into this
you blow on.
and you blow through it and it absorbs all the smoke. So if you're traveling, I found this on so you can get the filters and all that. A lot of them were plastic and you just throw them away. But now having, an alternative that is recyclable, you know what I'm saying, is definitely worth it. So, for traveling and going into hotels and, wherever, I try these all the time. And this one is by far one of the probably the best and has lasted the longest. I can get almost 3 weeks worth of filter use out of this. That's
Mm.
serious shit. You know what I'm saying?
It's a fatty. It's a big fat one. It's the biggest,
Yeah.
fattest one I've seen.
And it's also worth it because these come in um, in packs for recycling. So I mean it's absolutely well worth, the investment in, taking care
What do
of
those
yourself for
cost,
your safety.
ATN?
They're like $20.
Oh, okay, so cheap.
So yeah, they're cheap, and there's things that you can get in head shops currently, but this is by far, again, I found it on Amazon, so I've tried them all, and right now this one has really
What's
stepped
the
up.
brand again? I'm sorry to ask.
Sploofy,
Bluefy. Can you show that to me?
Sploofy, Sploofy, Sploofy.
Old school, pad and pencil.
There you go. Because back in the day when I used to travel, I would take I would take dryer sheets with me and stuff
Oh
them
yeah.
into a toilet roll. And, I remember being in Paris and using stuff like that. Except in Paris, they didn't have the sheets as much as they have these little balls. in a net form. So you take two of those and stuff it in and use some toilet tissue, but it worked. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Damn,
because
here I am just being a straight heat score and just exhaling that shit wherever I am. It's like, oh, probably should. I like your style, Etienne. You're smart. Keep your
well,
head
I've
down.
had to travel around the world and I have to deal in situations where there's, world security involved. So, you want to be as discreet as you possibly can. So, this is one way that I have found to, do that is to, appear invisible, right?
Right.
Do not do things in public, hide what you're doing, but also hide in plain sight.
Hmm.
I will, if I'm traveling and I have cannabis, I will just use one of those fake cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? I've used those even in Disney World over in the cigarette in the smoking section. You can, you'd be amazed where, people just see you holding something that looks like a cigarette. That's just all how it goes. And that's just how it's going to be. So,
Socially acceptable.
That's why you have to hold a joint and melt their brains.
yep. And hold it like a cigarette. Don't hold it like a joint so that people, unless you're in New York where it's legal, you know what I'm saying? Learn to hold it and smoke it just like it's a cigarette, and normalize what they see. And if you do that, you're literally doing it in plain sight and nobody has a clue. But, I carry stuff like Ozium and stuff like that to, make the place smell better, when I leave and stuff like that. Or if you're going into a place like an Airbnb, always get some bacon. There's nothing like cooking bacon when you leave to cover the smell of all of your cannabis, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? So if you're vegetarian, find something else. But, bacon will cover the scent of everything. Just saying.
Yeah.
Bacon will cover
Funny.
the scent of everything.
And the bacon fat is a great vehicle for infusion, if you like that.
Well, I'm Muslim, so I can't
Yeah, there you
I
go.
can't fuck with that shit. Actually, I'm
Hooved,
vegetarian, so I can't fuck with that shit.
hooved animals, right?
Actually, I'm Jewish and I can't no, I'm just joking. I don't even know what I am. I'm a human being and I don't eat bacon.
Yeah, no, it's healthier for you.
It might be. I don't know. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing is any better than what anyone else is doing, but we all got to do what we got to do, and hopefully we can do it in a way that doesn't make us want to kill each other. That would be the ideal thing. I think that's kind of the mission of cannabis, to pause people and calm them down and slow them down because I don't know. I just feel like it can reduce reaction time.
Oh, there's got to be, I mean, with the younger generation wanting to drink less alcohol and like a lot of them are vaping and stuff and trying cannabis and stuff. So I mean, it's a win-win for everybody. I guarantee you, if you look at the stats in certain cities that legalize cannabis, there's less work and costs for policing and certain crimes in certain categories and areas that they have to deal with that that have been affected by consumption use.
Well, it forces them to deal with real crime, right? We were the low-hanging fruit that they kind of, picked on us, right? Because we are who we are, right? We're not the biggest fighters, right? However, the change in situations as well as the normalization there in Canada and here in the United States has definitely shifted that mentality to the point where we saw in the United States they're calling it a $28 billion industry, in the sense of the THCA and stuff like that in the drinks, which is quite significant and giving access to people who have never had access and also give them a chance to imbibe in a way that they've never thought possible for them to ingest cannabis, right? Because many of them are doing it by, drinks and by vaporizing, and that has given them what realization? Oh, I don't like hangovers. Hangovers suck, right? And my first hangover sucked. Did anybody enjoy their first hangover? No, you didn't.
Still
Oh,
still waiting to have it.
Yeah, it's not worth it, man. Trust me. It's why we all went to cannabis, right? It's because we realized, oh shit, we don't get this hangover, and that I think has really hit the younger generations, because the only alternative was alcohol, right? And that's the alternative that came with that was the hangover, right? That's just the reality, right? So you learn to eat and all these things to ingest alcohol, right? We used to go out and eat food so that we wouldn't get too fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So you even had to figure your alcohol consumption the same way that we look at our cannabis consumption. But many of us did it with alcohol before we did it with cannabis because it was societally acceptable, right?
Not only that, but what I mean, for me personally, the first thing that I would grab when I was hungover was cannabis. It'd make me feel better right off the bat. And
Right.
then,
Total hangover cure, THC,
yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
That's his true.
18, I lean back to show you that I'm wearing my Jazz Fest shirt to remind you of your hometown, right? And I could tell you that I've had like countless hours of. It's hard to tell whether you're drunk or you're hungover because in New Orleans it all blends into one. You get 3 hours of sleep in 5 days, and you go home broke, and you've had the most incredible time. Usually, just because alcohol. I mean, all the clubs you go to, everybody's drinking, and you go to Bourbon Street, it's all about drinking, right? There's open containers. There's just this alcohol culture that exists in New Orleans, right? It has for years.
Dude, it's everywhere. It's
If you could reach
absolutely
the bar,
everywhere.
it's like Europe. If you could reach the bar, they'll serve you.
Has that shifted in any ways now in New Orleans? Because I mean, there's no legal cannabis in.
Well, it
Yeah,
was
I
about
mean,
a year
there's
ago.
medical. There
It
is
was about
medical in
Yeah.
Louisiana, but it's very limited. It's only sold in pharmacies, and I mean, there's still tons of head shops up and down. I mean, I've actually bought my cigarettes going up and down Bourbon Street at the stores. When I was a child, one of my earlier memories was when Crescent City PD came through Bourbon Street and went through and smashed all the ceramic bongs. Back in the 70s, they had all, the capsules, the wizards, and all that stuff was all there. And oh yeah, they actually made a big show of force and came through and went out in the middle of the street and smashed them. We don't want this shit here. And then, quietly they just slowly brought them back on the shelves, as they've always have because they were always selling because, it's a party town. People come from all over the world to New Orleans because, for the food, the atmosphere, and fun. I mean, Mardi Gras is known the
Yeah.
world round. Million
If
people
you if
plus come to there.
if you're out at the clubs, like if you're out on Frenchman's or out by Tipitina's, there's people smoking weed all around the clubs. It's
And LSD and mushrooms. I mean, yeah, I scored LSD in 89. And then as I'm sitting there on Bourbon Street and literally watched Neil Young walk right across the street, and he walked right in and did a set at this bar. And we just followed him right in and sat down and just kind of frizzled while watching him play an acoustic set randomly on Bourbon Street.
Right.
how
You
cool.
never
That's
know what's going to
awesome.
happen there, man.
How
Epic.
cool.
Dude, come on. Neil, of all people.
It's a really cool city. If
Yeah,
you've
he's
never been
Canadian,
there,
right?
you should go there once. Like all the folks in chat. If you've never been to New Orleans and you have an opportunity to go, the music is great, the food is great, the people is great. It's a fucking trip.
Yeah.
Go to New Orleans, man. It's a good place to go. I don't know.
Nice.
We'll check it out. I'm not against giving it a shot. I did have a couple questions for these guys because we're in our last hour now. If we go the whole time, I wanted to kind of bring it back a little bit to just the whole conversation. But now I gotta find where oh, right. It's over here. Oh, I guess this was one that each of you guys could answer, or one of you, it doesn't matter. But I kind of figure I know the answer. We've skirted around it the whole conversation today, but why does bringing better flour to market matter to you personally? So each of you, starting with Mark, I'd love to hear your perspective on that. Why bringing better flour to market matters to you personally?
Yeah. I guess for me personally, I mean, the plant has just been around for so many years. It's helped me, my family, so many friends in so many ways. I just see so many opportunities for people to have a better experience with cannabis and turn that into, you know, their lifestyle and just helping them in so many different ways. So when I get to educate a customer a little bit and, you know, introduce them to new products and new brands and better experiences, I mean, that's just a win-win for me. And I just that's what really makes me happy. Being in the retail industry for over 30 years, the customer service, the health and beauty side. I mean, that's what it was all about. I mean, I was in the hair and the beauty industry, and it was always, if you don't make that customer look good and feel good, you're not doing your job. I mean, people need to leave with a peace of mind, feeling satisfied that they've come to the right place, that they're buying the right product, and it's going to give them the experience that they're looking for. And granted, there's a lot of people in this industry, customers that, you know, I look at a lot of parallels to the alcohol industry, and there's a lot of consumers that just don't care, and that's fine. But the ones that do, uh, you know, that's where I get my passion and enjoyment, is really being able to help them find a better way.
Well said.
Good answer. Yeah, absolutely.
I think for me, two reasons. One, from a retailer standpoint, it's differentiation. I mean, I think that's self-explanatory. But the other side is, as a consumer, I would like to be a lazy consumer. I want to be able to roll out of bed, walk down the street, and have actual selection, real selection, diversity, a time and place for everything. And I think I wouldn't consider myself a lazy smoker, because you know we actively seek out and try to find. But you know, it would be nice from a consumer standpoint to just be able to walk in somewhere and then see more than just like the narrow lanes that we're given. So
Right, have someone do all that work for you.
exactly,
Is pretty nice.
It's us doing the work right now. Hopefully, somebody else will do the work. And you know, if this approach does take off more and more retailers kind of do that, I think that's a total plus from a consumer standpoint.
Also, I would recommend adopting another retailer who isn't doing so well and teach them. One of the things that we did originally was we opened our doors to everybody and showed them what we did,
Yeah.
because we wanted everybody, because it was kind of the Dutch model, right? We wanted to show them what we were doing and how we were doing it, but why we were doing it, right? And you help give them a perspective, and you can also help give them tools. You know, we would show them, you know, this is how we process, this is how we do this, and then and then we advertise and do this. Give them little pointers. You know, you're kind of like adopting, you're being a big brother to them in a sense, that because you also need to nurture that next generation. You know what I'm saying? So that you can say, hey, you can't anticipate somebody is going to pick up where you are. You literally have to lay that foundation, be that teacher. So I would recommend that, as well as take people under your wing and show them how to do it so that they can go spread their wings elsewhere. I know everybody wants to teach everybody to stay in their own, you know, to help them in their own thing. But one of the things that we found, you teach somebody to grow, they can go off and grow it themselves. And if you teach somebody how to retail and openly, they'll do the same, you know, and tell them to pay it forward. You'll do this for you, and I'm doing this for you, but it's with the expectation that you have to do this for somebody else in the future. And getting that pay it forward, and people will respect that, especially in our world, because you need apprentices, you need people to, you know, absorb. This isn't something we created this, right, out of nothing, right? But there's rules that you've created, so they need to understand them. Otherwise, they're just going to make the same mistakes. And if you can save somebody from making the same mistakes you have, oh, brothers and sisters, let me tell you, it's a wonderful sensation to see the evolution happen from what you started. Nothing more beautiful.
So I think that's kind of the approach we've taken. Like we expect to take some hits, but the intention was to kind of share our experiences so others can kind of, you know, do it better, you know, learn from our mistakes and then create a better situation. But I was sharing with the guys early, you know, I was kind of saw, especially back in like the early 2000s, like the tightness of the Berkeley retailers, you guys, CG, BP, Berkeley Patients Care, you guys were very tight, always really tight, work together. It seemed to
We
be like,
We felt that because we were working together as a city, we found that the city and the police would then engage us as a group as opposed to going individually. And by appearing powerful, this is again, we're following exactly what the Dutch did, right? The Dutch figured, look, we can all hang separately, or they taught us to work together. And if you work together and you're all on the same page. So what we would do is we would have a monthly meeting of all the heads of Berkeley. And so we would all get together, CBC, CB, PCC. And then we would discuss because we'd also find that some of the same people who were the problem people were just bouncing around to each one of us, right? And so we were also able to discuss those situations and how to handle them or give a heads up, right? Because, hey, this new person's around and this is that way and the other. So it helps us each understand what we're each dealing with, as well as when situations happen, then the police and the city council came to our meetings to engage with us directly as opposed to trying to chase us down because they knew where we were meeting and how we were meeting, and they respected us and how we were handling things. And when you do that, they will respond accordingly. But if you hide and, try to fuck them over and, do all that, they will fuck you up. So by being open and honest and forthright, they will respond accordingly because they want to deal with the real crime. They want to deal with people who are helping real people. They realize, oh, you're doing a good thing and will actually help and support and point people in your direction, right? We had literally the police chief of Berkeley. Inadvertently, we had no idea this, ladies and gentlemen. His mom had cancer and went through chemotherapy. And he wrote like a 16-page guideline of how the police should handle medical marijuana. How random is that shit? But that's how it touches every person's life. And if we didn't know that or had engaged him, how would we have known that, right? And by doing that, he changed our perspective and the city's perspective, right? So you never know what can happen through that engagement and through that honesty. I know we're always taught to hide, but there's nothing better than coming out to your community and your community supporting you. Oh, wow. Well, you don't talk about nothing better, because when the local news came out to do a hit piece on us, they went around to all the neighbors. The neighborhood was like, fuck off, leave them alone. They ran prostitution and stuff out of the neighborhood. I had people turning tricks in my backyard. Now I've had a normal, neighborhood. So leave them alone. So you never know the influence you have and the positivity because we've seen, there was studies like, oh, being close to dispensaries is bad and evil. And, they forget that, oh, yeah, you relegate us to the hard parts of town. So you put us in these demographics and situations, right? We're from the streets, so we've had to exist in the streets. So we go to streetwise situations, right? We created these clubs in street areas because we needed our access and we didn't have our access. And we made our access and we now have our access, right?
Yeah. No,
So,
it creates that unified voice, which that's what the regulators want to deal with.
and
Otherwise,
they want to deal with you and people who are of that ilk.
yeah.
They are, and they shall. And we'll see. Where do you guys think this is heading in the next 3 to 5 years in Canada, in particular? Where do you guys think this is heading for craft? For the collective, for what you guys. Yeah, Gary, I'd love to hear from you.
You're on mute, Gary.
Sorry, I got my dog snoring away over here, so I'm trying to mute it in between when I'm not talking.
Oh, no worries. He's welcome to snore on Hash Church. He won't be the first or last dog to snore on Hash Church.
I was gonna say where I see it going is a little bit to kind of answer the first question you were saying as well too, is like where that passion for the flower comes from is like when we opened our store in Parksville in 2020 and like from having grown up in Mission, I mean, we always had good cannabis. Like I wouldn't have known to appreciate it maybe when I was that young, but there was always good cannabis, but it was always going to be that really heavy, always the indica stuff. So getting a chance to like come out to Vancouver and getting like cake strains or cheese strains, like getting that, I'm like, holy shit, like it just made me fall in love with it all over again, like that first puff in grade 9. So when we go to 2020 and we're opening after legalization, and I'm like, I'm like cringing as I'm handing him this jar because I'm like, I know there's a 70 to 80% chance that is going to be just dust in that jar. Maybe once in a while there's going to be something good. And I think since that point to now, we've come so far. The cannabis is amazing now, but I think now where the biggest threat comes in is the growers aren't really thriving at this point. The cannabis has gotten so much better, but their life has not gotten better to get that cannabis to market. So I'm like, that's one of the reasons why we really love the collective. And it's one of the first things we always say when we're reaching out and working with another grower is like, okay, what can we bring to the table for them? Like, is it like, hey, this is going to be released with us? It's just that passion for like, I'm happy with the direction that the cannabis quality is going. And I think the biggest thing that stops us from that trajectory continuing is just having it be that it's not viable for growers. So we being able to work together as a group to work with a group of growers. I mean, it's not a save the industry thing immediately, but I think that has the ability to kind of really amplify from there. Like Dennis has said so many times, just different groups working together and kind of growing it from here and following a similar model.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan.
Welcome, Ryan.
How you guys doing?
Hey, Ryan. Oh, it's Ryan.
Doing pretty darn good, getting into the conversation here of craft cannabis and the Canadian market, also the US market, just sort of discussing. It seems like it's the same old kind of thing, if you go in with the high integrity and you want to do things right, it's just so much more costly. You have like such a more sliver of a margin to do things proper and correct is the more dangerous way. Like it does involve more risk aversion than not. And so it's good that we do it. It's the passionate people who do it, because no sane person would do it. Like if you were a CFO, you wouldn't be like, yeah, we should spend way more money to make way less money. Like, yes, let's do that. No CFO is saying that.
I think it's
I had a meeting with these four Amigo shops the other day before Christmas, and it was interesting to me. There's nobody from the retail side that's going back up the chain, certainly as far as breeders and trying to help curate a better menu, right? Like you've got the LDBs, these provincial distributors that essentially sit in between the growers and the retailers, and they really are a pain in the ass for both the retailers and the growers, because the growers can only sell so many SKUs to the LDB, right? The LDB doesn't want to take like 20 SKUs. If you got 20 great banger plants, the distributor really only wants to list like 3 or 4 of them, maybe. Probably only 2, right? And so now we have this direct delivery thing that's been kind of implemented into the system that allows growers that are buying or that are growing unique things a way to bypass the distributor and get that product into the hand of the retailer. Sure, they still have to pay the distributor, right? But they can actually get things that they want. And so these group of guys here are taking that to the next level and, trying to go back to the growers and say, hey, can you provide us, things that are different that we can offer the market? Like they're trying to curate a series of products for the marketplace, right? Which has been so far in legalization in Canada completely unheard of. So I left this meeting with these guys the other day quite pumped up, just because it's refreshing. It's like, okay, finally somebody gets it, and we're gonna try to like be able to make an impact, and at least, sure, it's only gonna be 10 kilos at a time or whatever, but it's like it's the foot in the door. Right, is the important part. Is the foot in the door, and if we can like capitalize and actually get some really good quality products, then at least people have a place to get them, right? And I feel like that's going to be the start of like real cannabis awareness, where people will actually be able to access the true beauty and chemical diversity that maybe the retailer or the distributors don't want to pick up, right? And in doing so, it also encourages growers to be able to do that, to grow that product, because then there's an avenue for it. There's a guaranteed avenue for it with a group of, starting with 3 shops, but hopefully it grows to more shops, of people that are willing to push it, right? And willing to say, hey, look, consumers, there's better things out there than just what's on the market. So yeah, I'm stoked by watching what these guys are doing. It's pretty cool.
Stoked as us after we had that meeting with you, man. That's
yeah. Yeah, I owe you an email, Sir Ryan. I am sorry. I'll get on it tomorrow. It's on my January to-do list.
Yeah, January's been a slow start for me too. I was over on the island actually doing selections on some equatorials and doing a bit of a consult over there. So yeah, it's got to find more places and more space to be able to grow these things and find these winter banger plants with the different flavor profiles, and do my part to help curate that that varied offering that we all want. I mean, we had it in spades before legalization,
Yeah.
right? There was no shortage of flavors. So we just got to get back to that point and have a kind of a directed, concerted effort to do that.
Will we see any of that breeding project available via direct delivery?
I hope so. It becomes a matter of economics for the growers, but knowing that there's going to be people willing to take some of it, then yeah, I don't see why not. I've been digging into the metrics with these guys as well. Their lot sizes are typically 60 to 70 kilos in a room. So we have to find a way to kind of allocate or plan those rooms and to make it make sense. But I think it's possible. I think it's possible. It's just, again, it's having it planned. So whether half the room is one of their production runs, and you can stuff 3 or 4 cultivars in the other half. There's an economic, there's these flat fixed costs with bringing any given SKU to market, right? You've got your testing and all your compliance costs. So it's like the batch size has to be of a certain size to make it worthwhile. But I think it's just balancing all the numbers and making sure that everybody's on the same page. You know,
There's definitely a lot of things in place that work against you, like in a big way. From
there
to
are,
get a
and
SKU
like
on
you
the
were
market.
saying, Marcus, with like some of these other product provinces, it's like it would be great to be able to expand what you guys are doing to a couple other provinces, which is difficult because you've got these big retail chains that are owned by pubcos or big groups, and they don't have the same philosophy that you guys do. But it would be amazing to be able to see other provinces kind of join forces in this project, um, and that would help the growers with the economics of it,
Mhm.
right? Because again, it's just these smaller batch sizes become difficult if there's no flow through. Um, these businesses, as you guys do, I mean, the business has got to make money. So, but it's those are all challenges to be overcome. Just the fact that you guys are willing to take it on was
Yeah.
for me very refreshing.
I mean, smart incremental approaches, I think, and as long as we're, all parties are transparent and are able to work together, and there's none of that I'm left holding the bag that's too big kind of scenario for retailers as far as case amounts and things like that. I think it's absolutely doable, and I've certainly noticed in the 2 years of us being open that customers are coming in looking for options, asking for more different terpenes, more functional strains, more, better experiences. So people are looking for differences. And I think it's just a matter of not oversaturating the market and doing it right, which I think we can do it. I know we can do it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You're doing it.
Yeah.
Are all your shops in this union in Vancouver?
No.
No.
The Musketeers, which we've been calling ourselves, we're all in Vancouver. Well, except for the island, Gary's shop. But the overall collective is all BC.
Okay.
It would be actually a good idea to potentially reach out to other provinces as well, because yeah, that's that other question that needs to be answered about the bulk of the biomass being produced and having a destination for it. We are looking naturally at the export markets as the primary option, but other provinces as well make a lot of sense. So, but it's just the fact that we as retailers are thinking about that on behalf of the producer, on behalf of us as well. I think that's kind of like the wish and hope that other retailers and other potential future collectives start to consider and think about. It's really just um, think about what your partners, best interests are as well as your own, and then both of you guys can survive.
Well, and that's kind of unheard of in this industry. Like I've never heard Canadian retailers being concerned about export market, right? But it's like you said, it's like that's part of your philosophy is making this work for everybody. So you leverage your own connections to be able to say, hey, maybe if we can't sell that whole lot, that maybe we can help you find an avenue for it offshore. That's pretty awesome. And I think it also benefits the offshore guys as well too, right? Because like you said, nobody's growing these equatorials. Um, Certainly, there's a lot of quads and really nice cakes and cookies and that kind of stuff that's going offshore, the cushes. But there's nobody's buying equatorials.
Well, especially for the medical market too. You need functional daytime cannabis.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dude, I just needed to get high.
Cheers.
I mean, that's what it was all about back in the day, right? I mean, when we started smoking, for us, I remember we'd get a joint and we'd roll up, we'd meet somewhere, we'd be like, we're not smoking yet. What are we doing? Are we going to the movie? Are we going to the park? Are we going to what are we doing? Like, what's the activity? And then we'd all get hyped and, roll it all up, and then don't smoke it too early. You're going to wreck the high. And it was this whole like experience and adventure, right? And then you get a little bit older, and I mean, I've only, I'd say probably in the past like 15 years, really started getting into more like terpenes and dialing it in a little bit more. But prior to that, I was just rolling up cannons and getting blasted, man.
Yeah, getting high with your friends, the smoking circle, right? And passing it to the left and learning all the little rules. And then you had your own circle rules. Hey, you can't hit that 3 times, twice pass.
Right. Yeah.
You know how it goes, right? You had to teach
Dude,
the young ones in the
those
circle.
smoking circle rules go back a lot further than we can imagine. Because I'll tell you, while I was at the Maha Kumbh Mela with Pashupati, the sadhu from India, it was very much rules to get into this guy's little area. Obviously, taking your shoes off was a big one. Like that was a super no-no. Also, touching your mouth to the cloth wrapped around the chillum was a huge no-no. You had to be able to make a little, and there was a soldier at one point in time who came in and first walked in with his shoes on, and that was a no-no. And brought his gun, which they made him lean up against a tree, which I thought was kind of fucking crazy. I was like, damn, like, what if that's loaded gun? Like, it just falls over. Like, that guy holding it didn't look like the sharpest fucking tool in the shed. Anyway, he got kicked out of our of our chillum circle. He got straight kicked out for taking the chillum and literally going like this, putting the whole thing in his mouth with the thing, and the sadhu guy just lost his shit. He was just like, rah, 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 kicked him right out. And I was like, I was sitting there on the banks of the Ganges in Haridwar with this whole scene going on around me. And I was like, whoa, like, dude,
And
he's
you're
a
high
hash
as fuck,
smoker.
right?
Dude, I'm so high. And he's kicking out the army police guy while from smoking hash with us. And I'm just like, this is like a
You
weird.
sure you want to do that?
Well, you're protected, but only for like a while. Like I'll tell you, we definitely got searched by the army later on that day by the soldiers in our hotel room, and it was frightening, very frightening. Don't get caught in India with hashish, or you will serve probably 10 years in prison. And it's only going to take about 30 days before you have hepatitis C. So that's going to be a quick one in the prisons there. I'm not joking. I'm not trying to
Did you
like
see the
slag on
movie
India because
Midnight
I love
Express
India.
growing up?
Yes, I definitely did. It's a horrific movie. I don't want to talk
Yeah.
about
That
it.
movie had such an influence
Oh
on
my
me.
God, right?
Holy shit.
Right?
It's
What they did to that guy? Holy
oh,
shit,
dude.
right.
Well, what his torturer did to him, right? All you have to do is meet one sociopathic torture guard and be
Well, it
like, all
didn't end
right.
too well for him, right?
No, he ended up with the thing in the back of his head
Yeah,
there that you hung the jackets on.
Oh my God.
They thought it was a bomb. Remember, they all started laughing when they realized it was just hashish, and they were like, "Ah, ha, ha, we're gonna torture this guy so badly!" Ah, ha, ha, ha. Holy shit, dude! Don't go to Turkey with the hashish either. Those motherfuckers are not hash friendly. Just too
Yeah, and the
bad.
whole they can stab you from the waist down legally. Fuck.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. We've
Yeah.
also locked up abroad, so just leave your weed at home.
Yeah, exactly. Don't travel with it. Don't take the chance. Hopefully one day we get into a world where we can travel with our cannabis from one country to another. That would be a pretty cool thing to be able to do
Yeah,
legally.
I was I was watching that movie that Martin Scorsese did on the Grateful Dead called Long Strange Trip,
Mm.
and I think it's in episode 2 where they're talking to Sam Cutler, who was the tour manager from 1970 to 74 after Altamont. He did the Rolling Stones in '69, but then was the tour manager for the Dead. And he's driving around Brooklyn in his van, and he's being pulled over in the movie. It's really super interesting. But he's like, I don't drive with drugs anymore because everywhere I go, there's drugs. So
Yeah,
I don't
that's
need to drive with everywhere I go, there's drugs. So
I believe everywhere he went, there was drugs. I'm not
he's
gonna
a
lie
trip.
about that.
I had the fortune of meeting him before he passed.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Very interesting guy. But that's a
He
great.
and,
It's a
he and Courtney
six-part.
Tie Dye were very close. He and Sam.
Yeah.
Courtney is
Hey
always.
Ryan, happy New Year, buddy. How you doing?
You too. Happy New Year, Mark.
All right. Um, yeah, I was thinking about you. You saw I got my daughter a guitar for Christmas, and I think we're going to invest in a Mesa Boogie, but we haven't figured it out. But I'll consult with you
What'd you
offline
get
on
her?
that.
What'd you get her?
Les
Oh, we
Paul.
just got her a Gibson Les Paul copy.
Just a
Just
Gibson
for,
Les
for
Paul.
a starter guitar. I mean, it's pretty sweet when you look underneath the tree and there's a brand new electric guitar there and an amp. How cool is that?
And a bag of mushrooms.
No, that may have been in my stocking actually.
Get her some books or some tablature books and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, she's already she plays piano already, so she already understands how to read, and so she's digging in online, and yeah, she's got the time, and she's with a group of friends where they want to try to put a band together, and she's like, yeah, I need to learn some stuff. So yeah, I'm psyched. We have a very
There's a
musical
great one
household.
called the Guitar Grimoire. I have the bass grimoire one, which shows you all the scales.
Yeah.
You can find it at most guitar or or music places, but that gives you kind of everything to start. Or Ryan, what would you the guitarist? I'm a bass player, so what would you recommend starting?
Good question. I find it's like one of those things. Most of the ways that we learn to teach guitar pigeonholes people into like the wrong learning method.
Mm.
Um, Having Mark just around, I think, was probably really helpful for her. It's hard to beat, like, having those one-on-one sessions. The challenge of that is it's like teenage kids don't necessarily want to like take advice from dad.
So here's
Right,
the
have you
Mel
seen
Bay
you've seen,
Encyclopedia of Guitar Chords. I highly recommend
oh, there you go,
this
Mel Bay.
soft covered book. It probably costs about $30, but it's basically got everything. I mean, you could imagine any different configuration or voicing and scales and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, I think a lot of us end up learning how to play just by playing by ear.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's just such a cool thing to learn when you get like that earworm that's stuck in your brain, and then you just pick up the guitar and you play those 3 notes, and you're like, oh yeah, that's what.
Yeah, but you've also seen that picture of David Gilmour and his son, where his son's trying to do a chord, and
His
he's
daughter.
showing his son
Yeah.
the chord, and his
Yeah,
son
his
looks like
daughter.
so despondent. He's like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a classic actually. That's just funny. That's a parent thing, right? Like your dad is David
Totally.
Gilmour
Yeah.
and you're annoyed by it.
Yeah. It's
No,
such
it's
a
just- your
wonderful
finger should be
thing to
here.
raise musical children because it puts music in your house at all times. I'll just hear my daughter
Yeah.
playing away, or
Dude, I love
my
it.
son when he's home will be playing, and it's just a wonderful way to enrich your home life. Teach your kids music, and the musical mind develops in a
Differently.
non-linear way
That's
that
right.
helps them solve other problems in life. It's incredible just to watch kids who are proteges go from just being able to do plink 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 to be able to do like what Billy Strings does. It's totally amazing.
Well, it becomes a lifetime habit, right? Like for me, guitar is relaxation. It's like the only time I can really turn my brain off is when I sit down and play. So, like, even through university, I'd stop studying and, take breaks and play guitar. And it's just, that's kind of become really what it's provided me for 35 years.
Yeah,
So,
same for me. I've been playing for about 35 years too. And yeah, for me, bass playing and ukulele, I mean, I would have not have been able to survive multiple of my cases of going against federal government by not having an outlet for my own frustration, which was music. I'm creative, I'm an artist, but I really kind of gave up on my art, and my expression came out through music. So, to channel, I cannot agree enough with Ryan or Mark. You can literally, you're in a bad mood or a sucky mood, and you sit down with a guitar and you find that note on the, and then you just start playing around on it. It's very liberating to the
Do
soul,
you have
man.
your ukulele with you out there on the island?
Nah, no. I have friends who have, so I can play them anytime and then go into any store and have them. I used to travel with it. It's just too cumbersome and stuff like that. But I mean, I have taken it to Europe when I went to the here's one, right? I went to the master class in Amsterdam and I brought my uke with me. Ended up staying, I went to the wrong hotel. The hotel was the same name on opposite sides of town, and I happened to stay at the one on the opposite side of town, and there was an actual a jazz improvisation thing happening there. So I was sitting around, and they saw me with the instrument, and they called me up. And next thing I know, I'm jamming with all these different people from all around the world. I don't speak any of their language, but the language is music, and we're all just jamming, all in C and D, and just having a blast for a solid hour until we all laugh and walk away. I mean, it's amazing what music can do for you. And I was there to get high, and none of them were there to get high. They were real musicians. You know what
Dude,
I'm
you ever
saying?
do music on weed?
Never not done music
Yeah,
on
that's
weed.
the question is,
That
have you
right?
ever done music not on weed?
Right? Because we at my band practiced high so that when we played high, so that we were all ready. We yeah, you practice as you
Yeah,
play,
if you
right?
practice high, you better take the gig stoned.
Yeah, but wasn't there a point where a little old lady was teaching you piano and you couldn't just get high? Like you had to like be sober? Like, or did you start music late?
I was self-taught, so I never had really lessons. My brother and my father were both born blind, so they had perfect pitch, which used to bug the shit out of me. You hear
Ah,
ding, C sharp, like fuck, and they played piano very naturally in organ. So my aunt got a acoustic guitar, cheap, shitty Sears steel, guitar that just rips your fingers off. And so they gave it to my brother. My brother's blind, so he got very sensitive fingers because he reads. And so he did not like the guitar. So I just started picking up that shitty, acoustic and then listening to, rock stations and then finding notes, listening to Boston and all kind of old songs, old bands like that, which I cut my teeth on in the rural South,
Yeah.
and then just finding the notes and then you find chords and yeah. I don't know. What about you, Ryan?
learning? I mean,
Did you have lessons or did you learn
Yeah,
yourself?
were you
yeah,
natural
not in
or
guitar. Well, a little bit in guitar, but it was like more of a private tutoring. And I was in high school at that point in time. I studied music when I was younger. Like I took piano lessons and then I played clarinet and then saxophone in band and junior high school. And then when I was in high school, I picked up the guitar. So I had a little bit of lessons from this one a local guitarist. Um, but
You're
yeah,
gonna love
mostly it was
this.
just
I learned on the parking lot at the Grateful Dead shows in the
did
late
you?
'70s. That's where I learned how to play guitar, and psychedelics and weed were in abundance. So
The late
I was in
70s.
that
well, that
environment of,
explains
oh
it.
my God, this is just rapture, and the music was what brought people together. And I still can't believe that in this day and age we're still talking and listening about Grateful Dead, because it was an incredible phenomena for so many years. It was a huge lifestyle and a huge impact on me. But yeah, I did have a couple like rudimentary lessons from a guy with really long hair who started teaching me scales and chords. And I said, "Hey man, I just want to play Stairway to Heaven. Can you just show me the chords of the Stairway to Heaven?"
So I
Because
can go to a guitar store and play it, right?
yeah, so he taught me three songs. He taught me Stairway to Heaven, and he taught me Neil Young's Heart of Gold and Down by the River by Neil Young. And so those were the only like kind of lessons I really had. The guy was supposed to teach me all kinds of chords and scales, but I just ignored all that. And I just
Well,
wanted to play
yeah, I
music.
mean, you asked how I would go about learning. I think it's both. I think you have to learn. You have to have enjoyment. It's actually a challenging instrument to learn how to play, right? And so if you only go by rote and learning scales and chords, it can actually be quite boring. You have to learn. You have to do something that keeps you interested, right? So like learning songs and learning to play by ear and maybe learning blues, that kind of stuff that you can just kind of jam out on. I think is definitely important to keeping you going. But you can't only do that because if you only learn that way, you hit a certain point in time where you really kind of plateau, right? And the only way to get past that is to know all the scales and the inversions and your triads and um, the things that make the basis of the shapes on the neck. So that's why I would say, like, if you're for your daughter, like, I would teach her the caged guitar system. I don't know if you know that, Mark, but
Yeah, I do. I'm familiar.
yeah, and then use those cage shapes as a way to learn the scales in any different position,
Yeah,
right?
again, the cool thing is that she knows keyboards already, and I've already kind of sat down with her and expressed the kind of similarity between looking at the piano and looking at the fretboard. But the beautiful thing is that, again, she's already got the double hand coordination of a
Right.
keyboard player, right? And you need that for guitar. It's completely different situation. But the other thing that I find really cool is that, I mean, again, it's different today, Ryan, because now anybody with an acoustic guitar and an Instagram could be like a rock star, a huge, tremendous thing. Like it's no longer, oh, we got to get in a studio with a band and rehearse some material and put shit together. And you think about like the music that came out during our childhood, like in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. I mean, we lived during this golden age of music and art. I mean, if you think about it, we spanned a millennia here, and where it is now with all the, I don't know. I mean, I'll watch the Grammy Awards, but I won't know any of the artists, and I can't relate to some of the produced shit that's happening today. But man, it's just so good to see acts like Billy Strings and Molly Tuttle and real musicians who are out there who are real, craftsmen.
Did that happen
Bring-
just for me?
I think so. I
Yeah.
mean, what also brings up a discussion such as, set and setting, right? Music in the dispensaries, or, because we always have music going on in the background, right? But you can't have like hardcore rap and, all kinds of fucked up, nasty shit, on your thing. So y'all have places. So what music do you use to set the mood in your scene? You know what I'm saying? Because definitely Mark's definitely into the Dead, and Marcus is into Fish, and things like that. Where
Reggae.
Ryan and I are metalheads. We love it all. We like the hard stuff, we like the heavy stuff. So what do you do to set the mood in your smoke scenes, as well as to make it more welcoming for your customers?
We've got a Spotify playlist. The staff kind of generally run with that. I always seem to be stuck out on the floor when some gangster thug music's playing and Granny comes in to ask for some topicals.
All right, you can feel your forehead starts to sweat, right?
She stops, she kind of looks at the speaker, she looks back at me, just kind of like, yeah.
When I'm on shift on Sunday mornings, I'll play a classical piano playlist that only I seem to like, except for the certain customers will comment on it and say they like it, but staff all hate it.
For us, it always depends on who it is too. Like I know if I'm there opening, I'm taking in full advantage of Spotify and just describing a mood. I'm like rainy day, chill, old school rock, dispensary playlist, and Spotify will spit up like 20 different options. And I'm like, all right, I'm going with one of those. And then we have Dave, who spent a lot of time down in Mexico, who's again older white guy, and then he's got like the Latino music playing at all times. If Marcus is in there, he's gonna have his house playlist. So it's whoever gets there first, basically. He runs with it. There's a Spotify account set up for you. Just play your vibe, whatever makes you comfortable, and just know you're gonna have to be the one that looks that old granny in the eyes with your song selection, right?
Two Live Crew in the background.
Music is
It'd be perfect for you.
it's so specific and it's such a personal thing that it is hard. I've always found that like someone said in the chat, like, is there anyone who doesn't like reggae? It's like you put on reggae music, nice low-key reggae music, and you probably won't have too many people asking you to change the music.
Yeah.
But that is a danger with music, that you're always going to have someone just not it's very specific, right?
It's become a point of contention at times. That's why I'm curious how each one of you handle, because
sure.
you'll have a random person in the shop turn on the music, and then you have to have a talk with them, right? Because they meant well, but necessarily it comes off, right? Because you can't have, over sexualization and things like that. You want to have a proper, respectful environment, right, for people to hear, right? You mentioned Two Live Crew. It's that's a real thing, right? Those songs were way too raw to be played. But, after hours, I do have employees that would play that as they're counting and doing all that shit. But, that's fine for that set and setting. But when it's customers involved, I think we all feel that responsibility, right?
You mean to censor, Etienne? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah. I mean, outright to censor, because we deal with everybody from the 21 to 70-year-old, right? So
I'm sure older.
Right, they're completely random what people like and don't like. You'd be amazed at somebody who's the most hardcore rapper, or even metal person. You'd be surprised sometimes. So, I mean, I've tried to keep that neutrality, and it's always been a challenge at times because people want to rebel through their music, right?
It makes such a big difference.
Go ahead, Gary.
We did a bunch of interviews for a new store that we opened up in Burnaby here, and I'm not going to say which store all of these employees came from, but there was 4 or 5 that had applied from this one big kind of giant store, and every single one of them listed as one of the reasons for leaving is the music, because they were only allowed to listen, because they were only allowed to, they had no control over the music, and the owners made them just listen to the same 6 or 7 songs over and over. So it's that long term, they legitimately, they're people have changed it and gotten written up for it. We want no part of that. So when they came, they're like, what's your guys' policy? I'm like, I don't, just use common sense. Just don't go crazy. Otherwise, here's the tablet, here's Spotify, go nuts, right?
A common sense approach.
Well, I mean, we've all been in stores where the music's horrible and you want to shop faster and leave.
Yeah, but I think the key is for music is just turn it down. Whatever you're putting on, don't turn it. Nobody needs to hear your music super loud. Just turn that shit down. Have it as a background thing. So it's all right, it's not the main focus when you walk in.
Nightclub.
Yeah.
Right? Boom, boom, boom.
The
boom.
CIA do that for musical torture, right? They play the same songs over and over again.
Well, no, we would go to Amsterdam, right? And you go into some of these coffee shops and you've got the and that's whoa, not my scene here, man. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you go into those smart shops back in the 90s. Oh, Jesus Christ, the pumping music was insane.
It's psychedelic trance music.
Yeah, the Euros and the electronica is pretty funny. It's totally a different.
I like how Etienne said, if you go into those psychedelic stores, he wasn't going into every fucking one that he walked by.
Oh, I shopped at them all. The smart stores, absolutely.
Dude, listen, I was blown away by them. I had never seen anything like them, so I also had to go in. Listen, I'll be honest, I still do. I still go into them when I go buy them because I'm just what? What? Okay, I get that we can buy weed now, but I went into Dana Larson's psychedelic shop on, I don't know, Broadway, just down the street from Tojo's Sushi on Broadway.
Hey,
there.
that's right across from my shop, Marcus.
That is right across from your shop. Okay, I didn't really realize that because I was there really late at night. And so what street is that cross street?
It's Broadway in Alberta.
Okay, Alberta, that's right. So I'd never been to this shop and I didn't really realize where I was because I live in Lions Bay, but my wife and I parked on Alberta, and when we walked up, we saw Dana's shop and we went in there, and it was just so crazy that you could buy LSD and cactuses and mushrooms of all different varieties and I was just
LSD now? Wow.
He has peyote too, right?
He has everything.
Kratom.
It's unbelievable. How is that having that shop across the way? Is that like a mutual sharing of customers? Do you have people come over and go, holy shit, do you know they're selling LSD across the street?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great. We're the best corner to pick up your psychedelics and cannabis in Vancouver. It's awesome.
I love it that you're supportive of him, even though you're like, hey, I'm going this route over here with the licenses and the regulations and kind of following the rules. And Dana's just across the street, like, yeah, no problem, brother. Woo-hoo. What a
Well, well,
maniac.
and he provides education and access, right? Like, like Etienne
Dude,
talks about, like, he provides a place that average Joe can go in and ask questions about using psychedelics. Like they sell this amazing chocolate bar that's I think 300 milligrams per square.
I saw it.
Yeah. Yeah. And as a new user, and they come in all different strains, by the way, now. They're great. Shout out Dana. And you just eat how many much you need. And it's great. And it's a great way for a new user to say, like, okay, tonight I'm going to try 300 milligrams and see how she goes. And then the next night they can try 600 or, they're in control of that. Whereas, if they're just eating mushrooms, you never
Isn't
know
it
what you're going to
crazy
get.
that that can exist amongst like the regulated cannabis, like what we're talking about is like, holy shit. Like for those that you don't realize, there are a lot of fucking rules to follow, and each one of them just like slices your margins, just like sheesh, 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 like a Ginsu knife until the fucking margin is like as thin as the last peel on the onion, bro. It's
That's
just
by a
like,
thousand
okay, I
cuts.
think we
Well,
should be able to pay for everything now
I
after.
I alluded to earlier that I got into this system for getting into trouble, and the thing that I got into trouble for was not destroying my smell jar weed in a timely fashion because I couldn't do it. It was wasting weed.
Dude, I agree. How could you do
I,
that?
I didn't even care that it was 3 years old. I was like, oh, we could still make edibles out of it if somebody needed it. And no, no, I got written up for it, and I had to like video myself destroying it and stuff. And
Oh, you got caught up in an audit. Is that a provincial audit then?
yeah, so we have that's our body that comes in and makes sure that we're ticking all the boxes. And I got in trouble for some of my marketing, and then they came in, and once they come in, that's why you never want to be on the radar because once they're in, they're in. And if
Yeah.
there's anything else that you're not doing properly, well, they're gonna find it. And it's the small things. It's not, big, stupid things. It's like not destroying weed that and then you're into the system and it's just they have to come back. And yeah, so I
There's no sense to the fact that you can't A, write that flower off and then take it and make edibles for yourself or your crew.
Hmm?
Makes no sense at all. So obviously lots of work to do. Are there lobbying efforts that are in place? I guess there's a couple that I know of, but what are the substantial ones? What are the ones to support and what are the ones that you guys as a collective would want to be a part of? The groups that are actively saying, hey, like these things need to be changed. Like we're not trying to change it all, but there's some things that are really unreasonable, and we can show you clearly how any thinking person would see this as batshit crazy. What are those groups? Do they exist?
Yeah, Bo and Abel. Yeah, he's
Mm,
certainly been helpful. And then there's well, it was the old LRCC, right? And
yeah.
that sort of hasn't done very much for us in a bit of time.
that's kind of
What does
my
the LRCC stand for? I'm just curious.
uh licensed retail cannabis council of British Columbia, like, or something like that. It's had its acronym changed so many times, but I used to be like have a role in it, and I still actually technically do. And what it takes right now is just a little bit of time. And yeah, time is an expensive commodity in my life right now. So I unfortunately haven't been able to put my time behind it. But I'm really excited to see what Bo and Abel have been doing, and I'm excited for any retailer who has the time and they want to take on the LRCCBC challenge. They should contact that association and get involved because it could be a vehicle again. But right now, Bo and Abel are doing a great job.
Yeah, I
Someone
think
in the chat said, wait, they audit up in smoke. Meanwhile, his neighbor has a one-stop shop.
Yes. Yes.
Ha ha, lame.
Yeah.
He's like, what the fuck? That is so insane. It doesn't even matter. Oh, don't accidentally fall on all the LSD across the street on your way out from my audit.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is the auditors wouldn't be caught dead in one of those shops because they couldn't be seen going into one, right? So it's like they audit the compliant guys, and everybody else just gets to run amok,
Dude, I'll
right?
proudly go into all those shops. Like, are you kidding me? I just thought it was great. I called Dana right after. I hadn't talked to him in quite a while. I will be honest. I apologize, Dana, because he at one time he was a very good friend, and we spoke quite often. And yeah, we haven't spoken that much. But when I left his shop, I was like, dude, I actually took a picture. I had the lady take a picture of me and my wife in the shop, and I sent it to him. I was like, dude, I just went to your shop. Like, holy fucking shit. Like, I guess I'm getting to the party late here, but I'm like, Lions Bay is quiet. We don't have a city life or anything. So it's like the sun goes down and it's like, all right, we're going to hang out here now. I don't go into the city much, but I'm glad I did. I went to Tojo's that night. That's why I was close by. It was my 30.
I
Oh,
have
God.
I have a bunch of buddies that are in like the police, and they're like they're all microdosing mushrooms.
Good for them.
Yeah.
I feel good about that. I'm honest. I
Yeah.
honestly am. I feel good
Yeah.
about that. The idea that they're not and they're just drinking and suppressing rage terrifies me. That's what I grew up with in
Yeah.
Manitoba. That was basically all the police. I feel good for the police that they should have the option to be able to. In fact, it should almost be mandatory for police to use cannabis in their off time. It's like just have a little bit, create a little empathy in your heart there and maybe feel something in a way that's a little different. I grew up around police myself. My mom worked for the police and my sister works for the police and her husband works for the police and their dog worked for the police and they all were police. So it was like I was definitely kind of a bit of a black sheep in the sense of like I'm kind of like, oh, what are you doing? Your whole family's doing the police thing. What's your dad do? Oh, he's like the fire chief. Oh, okay. So what do you do? I'm like, I'm mostly like a weed guy. So a bit of a black sheep in that sense, but yeah, it all worked out.
Yeah.
Well, we're doing the same thing for veterans. We're working actually for the military. We're actually working and talking to so that they could actually, these guys kill for a living. Sorry, that's the reality of being in the military. But that's your final reality, right? So, but they work 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and currently they can't use, right? But they should be able to relax on the weekends and not have to worry about it. So, we're working on that behind the scenes because, first responders should also have access, because we've actually welcomed first responders into our network because, PTSD is not exclusive to war. Everybody has PTSD. What severities are all different levels, and I don't compare mine to yours and vice versa. However, those first responders see a lot of shit every fucking day. I mean, I had a friend of mine who was one, and he told me, just picking up bodies off a train track. You know what I'm saying? It's ugly shit you have to deal with, and you're dealing with human trauma and tragedies all the time. And if anybody needs access to these, it's those first responders. So they can cope with what because what if not they do what drink a lot of alcohol, didn't they, Marcus? Right, a lot of alcohol to cope, right? Because that's how they're taught to do it, and that's how the military is. There's actually an officers club and a non-officers club, and there's always alcohol on base, and it's always tax free. So, that's a solution currently. We're working behind the scenes through that, hopefully with some of these changes that are coming here in the United States, we will actually have access. So our even military personnel will be able to use on their off time. So that's something we're working toward because we're not satisfied with the status quo. And if you're not satisfied with the status quo, then get off your ass and do something about it.
And Chan, I don't know you very well. It's the first time really meeting you and being on a podcast, but I've watched you many times on Hash Church, and I just respect you because I hear you say that all the time to everybody: get off your ass and go and do something. And I really appreciate that. That's solid.
You know who doesn't appreciate that? People who are on their asses that don't want to get up off of them. They are not stoked on Etienne. They're like, fuck that Etienne guy. Fucking get off my ass. Who the fuck is he? He's in fucking Maui.
Well,
Exactly.
the people have to hear from the various authorities. They also don't like Etienne because he gets it done, right? Be it the UN or wherever, DEA. You guys have been fighting battles for a long time and winning. So
Yeah.
We love ACAN.
Well, that's what we got to do more of in Canada. Even though we got federal, it's like we still need, it sounds like we're missing an important body to drive like lobbying is a black hole. It's just a fucking black hole that you can throw money into. You need these very specific surgical precision, things that need to be lobbied for.
Well, and they get co-opted by the guys with money,
100%.
right? Like it's they're beholden to the people that pay the salaries. So
Yep.
yeah,
I think the biggest win recently, well, that I remember being celebrated was when they got all those drinks, so you could buy 48 drinks in a transaction or something.
right.
Right.
I mean, that was a big deal. Not really.
The
And
idea of it was a big deal. The other idea of people getting like that
10
much sugar at a time is like, holy shit. Like,
Yeah.
but
Well,
it's
you go to
good to
liquor
not
stores,
limit
you see
people.
Go
People
to
that
the liquor
like
store.
beverages don't want to have to go buy like 3 or 4 every fucking day when they could buy like they do it with every other type of beverage. It should be allowed for cannabis. Same thing with these boxes. Like fuck, of course you should be allowed to buy 10 of them. Like, come on.
That's it. That's the biggest new thing is the boxes, the 10 milligram gummies
Yeah.
and the translucent packaging. So now we have windows
Yes.
bags.
Yes, into the buds. That's
So my friend has got those windows in the bags, and just having the windows exposed to LED lights in the shop, all the weeds getting fried and turning brown.
no way.
Yes.
So it's like what was sold is going to be like this big savior is actually a total pain in the ass. It
All of a
ruins
sudden,
the
like
weed.
storing it, we're like, yo, make sure these all face down. Let's put sticky notes over the
Yeah.
window.
I was thinking that they might want to do like a flap or something that you could like stick shut. But
Peel
I know
back.
a lot of people are doing the bottoms that are on the stand-up packages.
Yeah.
They're doing the bottoms.
At the end of the day, it's just taking money out of the grower's pocket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And who's really looking at the pack? I mean, on a retail, I mean, do people do that? Do people look at the bud? They want to see it, or have they gotten used to it being in a package?
It's not an option at Up and Smoke so far that people have really exploited. There's only been like 3 products that we had that. So, I don't think most farmers need novelty to sell their weed, right? And to me, this window movement is a novelty thing. It's
The only one package that I've seen, they showed the package that had the window and then the one without, and the one that hadn't been exposed was like beautiful looking bud, and the one that had been exposed to the LED lights was, I mean, it looked like multi-year-old swag. So
What
it
kind of
definitely
fucking
wasn't.
lights they got going on over at that store?
It's just the LEDs. It's just whatever's in the spectrum of these LED lights. It just bangs them
Probably
up.
looked like the Golden Cobra. You remember that, Dennis?
Yeah, that was terrible. The brownest weed I've seen since like New York, way back in the day. It was terrible. It's fucking terrible. Yeah, I don't know if the windows. I agree with Matt. It's more of a novelty at this point, but a desperate grab at differentiation more than anything.
Right.
I
But
think it's good maybe for people that are still trying to establish their reputation. But like Matt said, when you have like the Magi's or the Island Genetics, it's like if they've had enough consistency with their products, people don't need to see them through a 1-inch window to know that, hey, what's in this bag is probably good, right? There's more of that trust starting to develop this many years into the game now.
I think it's more the corporate brands just trying to show their customers that they're not putting shit in the bag.
I think
we-
had you guys been doing deli style all this time and people were able to see buds and stuff, then that window would be almost essential to have something like it if you had to change and go back in the other direction. But you started blind
And that's
Yeah.
what makes me feel like it was a little
And
bit
you're
of
an educated consumer base too, and so your consumer base wants to see that. So I was really surprised how many Canadians made me aware of how limited the view access to their cannabis was, because I thought it was kind of like here in
Zilch.
California where you can
For
at
a
least
while.
we can show you what the cannabis is, but no, when I went through there in Newfoundland and stuff like that, nope, can't do any of that. Everything's sealed and tight. So to hear that they're putting windows in is at least a good thing to me.
Yeah,
Because
well,
that
they've
was the thing,
also
right? You were getting bad weed, or you wanted to see the weed that you're getting, or at least how mature or the quality, or how swell the brackets are, etc. All that matters.
Apparently, it looks like 2-year-old brown weed with the new windows. So maybe they're gonna have to do
Yeah,
the
well,
window with the sticky close. Oh,
It's
look, it's
not much of a win. Like if you consider all the problems that we have with the industry. I know my friends, they just met with the BC Cannabis Secretariat. And the secretariat had been dodging meetings. Like they set up like 4 or 5 meetings and they'd cancel them like last minute every time. And when they finally showed up, they wanted to tell the producer all the stuff that they'd been doing, right? And people don't realize it's like that dollar per gram that is excise taxed, only 25 cents goes to the federal government. The other 75 cents goes to the province, right? And so, for example, Manitoba doesn't take the 75 cents. So if you're in Manitoba, there's only a 25% excise tax on the for the tax stamps, which is, that's like 75% savings in excise tax. And so the BC Cannabis Secretariat came in and they were like, look at all the things we're doing for you, and really it's a bunch of talk, right? They're not really doing anything. They're making all this money. The province is making all this money, and they want to make it seem like it's the federal government that's taking this big excise tax. And my friends called him out on it. He's like, "You guys don't have to take that 75 cents. Manitoba doesn't do it." Right? And
But
the head of the secretariat was just like, it was like crickets, right? Like they didn't they didn't know what to say.
but 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 Ryan, I'm sorry to interrupt, but they actually do get the full 100% because they get that 15% markup that they
Also,
charge all of the farmers.
yeah.
So, like that's something that I've been thinking about this weekend actually is the fact that like interesting that it's 15% because maybe that with the markup equals that lost 25 cents or 25% on the excise.
Oh no, yeah, the province has definitely taken their share, right?
Oof.
But they don't have to because Manitoba doesn't take. NDP, NDP is the New Democratic Party. They're kind of like, for the Americans watching, they're kind of like left of the Democrats, you could think, and they're not really known for fiscal responsibility. They really want to take care of everybody in society, but like they tax the shit out of everybody. They're happy to give away taxpayer money, right? And so because of that, they're very dependent on the tax money that comes in. Like there's no chance that they're going to ever give back any amount of money that these industries are putting forward because they're so addicted to the money, right? These governments are so addicted to that money coming in because it's not a small amount.
No.
it becomes an enormous amount and it becomes beyond an addiction. It becomes a necessity. It creates an infrastructure that can't be kept in place without its existence.
Oh, which is crazy because you don't put the responsibility for keeping a society running on one industry, right? And like alcohol, certainly not getting taxed that same way. Um, so yeah, we're still the big bad industry, and they feel perfectly fine in kneecapping us to keep us in line.
Yeah.
Do we need to legalize shrooms so that they have a new target and we can like hide in the shadows again?
That'd be great. Let's make Dana pay all the taxes.
Hey, Dana.
My God, it is crazy. What a
Yeah.
crazy world we live in that Dana's just got the all-in-one shop across from the shop getting audited because the guy who owns it is like, oh, I don't want to throw this weed away. This is a total waste. Like that's what he gets in trouble for. He's like, oh, and he's a legal weed purchaser, and he bought that weed. It was his fucking weed.
Yeah, and the
That was
taxes
a
were
lot.
paid on it.
A lot of fucking money. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
dude, I remember the fucking how many of those jars you have.
Oh man, its irony is so thick we're all choking on rust dust. It's just that bad.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
unbelievable.
but it's par for the course, right? It shows you the lack of disconnect, right? I mean, we find it humorous, but you didn't find it humorous when you were actually paying the fines and having to deal with that situation. It's all fun and
Well,
games until you're actually paying it out, right?
it's totally the only thing you can do is laugh because it's so absurd.
Yeah, I did get away with no fine, just a nice pink warning ticket, but I had to go to their offices, which is on Burrard Street above one of those fancy car dealers. And yeah, I got the whole thing and the cat. Yeah. Smell jars.
Unbelievable. Well, I want to thank you guys for coming in today and having the discussion with us and talking about the collective and telling us a little bit about your shops and what you guys are doing and where you're coming from. I'm a big supporter of it. I think it's great. I look forward to it expanding, like Etienne suggested, into other provinces, and maybe having a, at one point in time, a focal point on the importance of lounges and having some control over a lounge when you operate a store. It just seems like such a amazing, incredible, synergistic collision. And it could probably be done in a very simplistic way beyond like lobbying for laws to be changed and all of that stuff, because it already exists in a sort of gray area. Anyway, I do want to thank Puffco and the Press Club, Bubble Bags, and Grandmaster LEDs for sponsoring today's show. I want to thank everyone for watching. We had almost 300 people watching live for most of the day. So thank you guys for joining us. We have an amazing church next week. I'm hoping Mojave is going to be joining, possibly Rob Clark and Jimmy from the Original Breeders League and his 55,000 seed breeding project that they're doing right now and working on. So we're going to have them in to discuss. And otherwise, yeah, welcome to another amazing year, both in and out of cannabis. We're going to be here for 51 more episodes this year of 2026. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. Sooner than later. And we'll